excellent. But like I said, it's very focused on multiplayer. And that's not really what I tend to do a lot, and it's also action. But yeah, so anyways, for the people catching up on YouTube, ignore that because I was talking about what we were just playing. So we're going to pick up where we left off with Little Rocket Lab, which again is sort of like Factorio meets Stardew Valley. When you play Factorio with your brother, he complains that I build too spaghetti. It's going to happen. And we have our factory, which we called Morgan is our character, Morgan's ethical-ish machine. It was something like Morgan's amazing machine, and I was like, no. I can't believe I slept until 10. Oh yeah, that was our punishment for I tried to do more than I could get away with in one day. And so it got too late and we passed out. And that's what the passing out did to us. Alright, so it looks like the ore I had over here has run out. Which is where we're at in the stage of the game right now. Is I have a lot of my ore is running out in different places. We did get everything hooked up and working, but we're running out of the ore that was on our map to begin with. But as you can see, we have a bit of an unmitigated disaster going on here. I also came to the realization after stream yesterday that very really I can get the second belt going to improve the throughput here, and it wouldn't even take that much to do it, because all I have to do is use one of these cranes. And I could get a second one of these going. So that's going to be my very first thing I'm going to do, is I'm going to get that hooked up so I can improve our steel throughput. Because the steel has been absolutely killing us. Alright, so what I should be able to do here is I will need an unloader. Which chapter is this? I do not remember. We have finished the first of the, Sorry, I'm trying to logistics out. We have finished the first chunk of the rocket itself. Okay, so we can just put you here. Put you there, and you're going to move boxes from A to B. We can figure you. Oh, you're just going to keep going regardless. That's probably okay. Yeah, because that'll go. Alright, because I want to go and up our steel production. So we can go here to an assembler 2. Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Love you.
I love you too. Alright. Then for right now, A, B. Keep doing this wrong. Alright, so then this should make steel. But yeah, I just like randomly last night, I was just thinking, like, wait a second. Because I was like, oh, I need the bumper to fix this. I was like, wait a second, I don't need the bumper to fix this. I literally could just use one of the cranes. It's kind of what they're for. And that's one of the gimmicks of the big crates, is only the cranes can move them. Okay. Iron plates for steel? Oh, crap. You are right. We could still make it work. Why not box the heat sinks? Mostly volume. That's the big difference. Okay. So people didn't catch what that was about. I have to make these into steel plate or iron plates before I can make them into steel. There we go. So that should improve our steel throughput, which is good because steel's been the one hurting us the most. Alright. And then we did get the wire and all that go over. It's definitely a thing that I could bunch up. I don't think with the amount we're producing I need to. The other thing is I can't walk through crates. They do make a wall. There is a little bit of a weirdness that... Actually, I can. It just prevents me from going through immediately. So there's a problem with them. Long term, I'm probably going to have them get lifted up and moved over. Okay, so we've got all that. We've got the steel. Right, so the things we've got going on. So I need to get the heavy-duty motors and the steel delivered to get the bumper unlocked. Okay, so I've got 211 motors right now, which is more than enough for what we need. Sort. So 100, 200, 300, 350. Okay, it should be enough to unlock the bumpers. So let's go do that. But yeah, so we did, towards the end of the last stream, we did expand. We've got the larger property area now. We are moving stuff. Now, keep in mind, this iron mine is fully tapped. That's going to run out and disappear. Then we'll peel that up. I really want to move these turbines, where I don't mind getting everyone else stuck on everything. Me having to go around stuff is very annoying. Okay. So small motors is easy. Crane cables you can probably do. And heavy duty motors, we'll deal with that in a minute. I have no idea how much money I need now. We did do the major upgrade on the farm and whatnot. I'll have to see where I could go with all this stuff next. Okay, so you can unlock the next thing with you. Alright, we got it. The new bumper blueprint will let you move large crates around. You can use it like a splitter to divide belts of crates into multiple output belts. Just please don't use them to turn the town into a life-size pinball machine. I will promise you, more than anything else, I will absolutely do that. Can span distances twice as far as regular power poles. Empower buildings in a larger area. And then the filtering splitter is logic, chips, and circuit boards. So I'm going to choose that one because I probably have them just laying around. Perfect. Once the requirements are delivered, we can get started drafting the blueprints for you. Cool. Alright. So we did get the chemistry thing built. Or unlocked, or whatever you want to say. And I am importing copper and coal. I have not hooked any of that up yet. So what I need is, we check on the things we unlocked. So the bumper, what do you cost? So the bumper's cheap, relatively speaking. My assumption here is what I can do with this is where I'm using this crane right now to move things. I'm willing to bet what I could do is make an underground. There we go. I'm willing to bet we could do this, which is grab you. And now do exactly the same thing, but less space consuming. And lower power. Cool. Alright, so that takes care of that. Let's check on our actual additional objectives. So we got that to track. And that to track. Alright, so I need 30 motors. And I have 26 on me, so let's grab a stack of motors. and I need 50 cable cranes. So let's see if we can't get the cable cranes at least a good ways underway. Because I'm assuming there's going to be something else I need to spend money on. Because otherwise, what purpose would the money serve? But it's a question of how much money it will need. Alright. I can also imagine there would be a point you would probably go and automate the individual construction of these, but it does seem like the things you get asked for as time progresses change. Okay, so we need to drop the motors off with Veronica, and Veronica, I believe, was her. That's Veronica. Thanks, Morgan. I know I could count on you. This helps me out a lot. Okay, so that gave us some cash. Let's look check. Do you have a bigger bag on your shelf? You do not. And the last one is heavy-duty motors, and you need 60. Alright. So, we will need to keep having stuff being produced. The big thing we need was now flow meters and iron plates. We need 250 flow meters. How many do I have on me? 100. 200. And I need iron plates, which are here somewhere in a box. I need to do some inventory cleaning real bad. Sure. That's fine. We'll run those up to the lab. That's fine. But yeah, as you can see, so I've got all this stuff wired up over here. Progress is happening, little by little. But we keep hooking up to more and more of the buildings in the area. And I think the thing that amuses me more than anything is when you get down, I don't know what the cutoff is, like it's when you get to like 10% or 20% power or less spare. You start to see the lights flickering in any building I've hooked up to. And since I'm hooking up to almost every building in town, it's fun walking around town, seeing half the buildings basically going through brownouts. Being like, yep, I'm a productive member of society. Don't mind all the dangerous machinery running through your neighborhood. Alright, so we got that done. The one that I still have is looking at our map. It'll show where objectives get turned in. And we still don't have Benson showing up. So that's Noor's house. That's the florist. Wait. Did they actually finally let me see? Oh, no, that's Dottie. Okay. Yeah, so we have those two objectives showing here and here. And the implication is Benson would be the church. But I've gone into the church, and I've never seen Benson. I've tried checking on Sunday and all that, so... Where the fruit on the floor, you can collect them, and some of them will give you, like, minor bonuses. Or you could sell them, and they give you very little, so I just don't bother. So heavy motors for Dottie. Okay, so we got something... What were you supposed to have? So you're the belt here. Oh, you're the wrong way. I was like, why has my motor stopped? I need my motors. There we go. It is a very inefficient way for this to work. But I don't really have a better way of doing this right now. Alright, I gotta speed that up. So I can't really get an underground to fit here easily. I think we can clean this up. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over here. And you can pick up this underground. And give us a little bit more wiggle room. So that fixes that. Now what we should be able to do is bring you around like this. Let's make the underground first. We can just do a little belt weaving. Okay. So that'll get that running back at capacity. So that's good news. Because that was making it so that was backing up. And I'm noticing the time again, so let's get to sleep before we have 2 days in a row that we sleep in because we stayed up too late. Because that seems to be the only consequence of if you stay up past midnight, your character will pass out. And then the next day they'll wake up at 10 instead of like 6 or whatever it is. So you're kind of cashing in for like an extra 30 seconds or whatever in the evening to work on stuff at the cost of several minutes of your next day. Okay. Alright, so this iron line has run out. And very quickly, we're down to our last 2 iron nodes over here entirely. When those 2 go, there's no more iron in this area. I am currently importing iron in the crates over here, but that's gonna take more work. Hey, Emma's Vibes! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. What's going on here? Why are you not doing? Oh. I haven't hazelnut got onto the line somehow. Thank you so much for the raid. Playing some... Ooh, I missed it. It was Coin Pusher Casino. I have no idea what that is. But I hope you had yourself a good stream and welcome in raiders. So tell me a little bit about what Coin Pusher Casino is. Now, I understand if you gotta like raid and run or anything like that, don't let me keep you. But obviously you're welcome. But welcome in raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that record's massively been beaten by a lot of people by this point, but I held it once. But I'm a variety streamer. I play a whole range of games from City Builder, Settlement Builders, Tycoon, Simulation. We're doing, this is a factory logistics slash slice of life game. It's like someone took Factorio and Stardew Valley and said, what if these were one game? Ah, I see what's happening here. Okay. Alright. Let's see. You played this game, Little Rocket Lab, yesterday. You love it. Gonna play more tomorrow? Yeah, no, it's good. Okay. So what we're gonna do is I realized I meant to do this a little bit differently. We're gonna grab you. Alright. There's gonna be... Oh, I know what I could do here. Maybe. Because you knock that over. I can knock that over one more. It's... Alright. Let's grab the underground. Yeah, no, I'm just... There we go, that's fine. I want to get another path going of those, but we'll deal with that in a minute. What ore just ran out? One of my copper nodes way over here ran out. The coin pusher is an arcade machine, literally pushing coins to get more coins. And you're playing the Long Drive North and Supermarket Simulator later. Nice, but you'll have indie games. Excellent. We play a lot of indie games here as well. It's pretty rare we're playing something that isn't indie. Okay, so you ran out of copper. Okay, so it's all still wired up, so that's fine. Let's grab the drill there. Okay, and we'll need to grab the power again. I need to empty my inventory desperately. Okay. Let's see here. So we need the cables for making the money. I also need to get by the mares before it's too late in the day to see what other thing. You mentioned Project Zomboid earlier? Yes, I historically played a ton of Project Zomboid. It was one of the most played games on the channel. I haven't played much lately. It's been a hot minute since I played a Project Zomboid. But I did used to hold a world record in it. Okay. But that record's been beaten by a couple years now. And I am just picking up everything and just consuming it all. Yeah, it takes care of you. And I need 60 heavy motors. I have more than that on me. Can I get the flow meters? Do we have enough of those? We do. Alright, so we should have enough flow meters to finish the underground pipe research. And as well as turn in the stuff for Dottie and Noor. Let's see, you want to start when they release the next build? Check your videos? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I do have some of the old runs on YouTube. My world record run never made it on there, but I did stream the whole thing. Done already? Thank you, sweetheart. You're a big help. Couldn't decide what accent she was going to have. Alright, so you can run over here. Item buffers. Bumpers. That'll be a fast and easy one. Noor's probably at work by now. Oh, I also just realized you are not set. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're still working on our current research, but you can change what you... I'm talking to the wrong person, that's what I'm doing. You're done already? Would have taken me weeks to get that done myself. Thanks, Morgan. I kind of regret giving her a deep voice the first time I did that. I just wanted it to be different so we could tell them apart a bit, because I suffer from the chronic problem of dude trying to do female voice. It's very tragic. They all start to sound a little bit the same after a while, unless I give them pretty over-the-top variety. Let me just take 1 second to do something here myself. Let me do this, and that, and this. Okay. So it should give me everything I need to get our underground pipes unlocked. You always get stuck with weird voice too. Funny curse. Yeah. I still think my favorite voice was doing from Stardew Valley, Pam, doing her the voice of Roz from Monsters Inc. That was fun. That is not a good voice to do for any length of time. At least it's not your rooster sound. Yeah, it sounded like a really sad dog. Hi, Morgan. The blueprint for the underground pipe is ready. Hopefully, this will be a bit easier for you to connect multiple chemical plants together. And it's like, that pale ale really hit the spot. Okay, so we got pump efficiency. I don't need to worry about pump efficiency yet, considering I don't have pumps yet. Okay, both those are going to require plastic bars. Excellent. Once you delivered all the requirements, William and I will get started on the blueprints for you. And another ore node just ran out. Yeah, so you'd have this, like, touching moment in there where, like, you know, Pam's going through the stuff that Pam's going through, and she'd have that moment, it's like, you know, you're always doing right by my daughter. She's always trying to talk about you and how nice things are. I really feel like I screwed up, and meanwhile you're just like, oh my god, my throat. Please, Pam, stop talking. I can't do it anymore. Alright, so what ore node ran out? Here we go. So this is gonna be our iron going offline. This is gonna be a lot of things breaking. Because I don't really have a way I can route more iron over here from where we're at. So it means all of this just shut down. But do you always wonder how comedians' voice actors do the weird voices for long? I imagine it's probably like any other muscle you kind of flex that you do it long enough. It becomes way more manageable. That's gonna be a problem. Okay, so we got all these drills feeding into everything else. I think for right now, I am going to go with the foolproof strategy that should never ever be questioned of plopping that down there, chucking stuff in that box, and then pretending the problem doesn't exist. Because if I pretend the problem doesn't exist, it can't hurt me. It is foolproof. Okay, so I got small motors. Need a stack of those. Because I'm looking at going like, how on earth do I route this around? I'm like, you know what? In just a matter of minutes, I'm gonna have to get this all sorted out again anyways. So I could probably just ignore the problem, because I'm gonna have to do a more significant fix later anyways. And I can just wait to deal with it until then. Alright, so do I have my 60 motors? I have my 60 motors. So that's for Tia. And Tia is way down there. Oh, wait, Benson's house? Oh, we haven't met Benson yet. Alright, well, thank you, randomly having the mouse in a weird position. You just revealed the thing I needed to take care of. We can finally get that off my board. Item buffers or bumpers. So that's 2 days. Yeah, both of them are 2 days. But yeah, tomorrow in game, let's try and get by the mayor's first thing in the morning and see, since we upgraded our house, if a new option has shown up. The next thing we're also to work on is trying to get our... There's Tia. This is so cool. I'm going to build so much awesome stuff with this. Thanks, Morgan. That line now makes way more sense, because previously, before we did her story stuff, it was one of those things they're just going, you know, wait, why we're giving this little girl motors and all that? What on earth is inside this crate? And why do I have a bad feeling about this? Hello? Oh, sorry. I didn't realize someone was in here. Oh, hey. You could just leave whatever at the door. I'm sorry, I don't think we met. I'm Morgan. Is this your home? Benson, it's my lab, really. Wait, this is a lab? No, this is a flash. I can help you hold this for a second. Can you help hold this for a second? Sure. You might want to cover your eyes, Mogo. It's gonna get real bright in here. Did you say Mogo? No, I said it's gonna get real bright in here. Perfect, that was awesome. Oh my god, my eyes. Yeah, you might want to cover them next time. Thanks for the tip, Benson. Don't mention it, Mogo. Hey, Benson. I saw the job you posted about moving the church bell. Perfect. I just finished making it the other day. Went all out. Let's see. Went all out. All we need to do is move it to the church. You're pretty strong, right? I guess so. Excellent. It's in the crate outside. I'll get the crowbar. Wait, did I just agree to... Benson? What is it, Mogo? This is huge. I know, it'll be the talk of the town. No, I mean it's physically huge. Well, it's also spiritually huge? It is for a church, after all. Benson, I mean, how are we supposed to get this to the church? Oh. You can't pick it up? I most definitely can't. Alright, get that rest, Emma. Thank you again for that raid. You sleep well and all that good stuff. I guess I should have made it closer to the church then, huh? That might have helped. You should be able to move it with conveyor belts. That fancy crane thing you made could probably pick it up too. Do all your projects go this well? All of them. Okay, I see. So what we need to do is conveyor here, just run it on up that way. And then we need to build a crane because I need to get it onto the conveyor. And you need power, which I'm absolutely wiring into Benson's home. And while we're hooking up power into everybody's homes. Excellent. Have you played The Crust? I did a long time ago. Like a real long time ago. It's very early access. I remember... Oh, man. It's hard to tell because so many games have been in that same kind of vein. I can't remember if it was the ones that I found to be really good or, you know, the other thing. Alright. I don't remember which one The Crust was, so far as like how much or whatever I did or didn't enjoy it. Trying to decide The Crust is? Well, if The Crust is what I remember it is, I can't speak of now, but it was early access. Versus this is an actually fully implemented game. And for me, that is a major selling point. Can I actually complete the game? The Crust is building on the moon? Yeah, no, the issue is more there's a whole bunch of games that you're building on the moon or Mars or wherever. And unless what like super stands out, it's really easy to just not remember which one's which. All right. Alright, so what's going to be the best way to get this over here? So church is down there. So I'll take a crane there. Okay, because we're just trying to get this at church. Is this close to the end or a long way to go? I have no idea whatsoever. It's my very first time playing, and the game only recently came out. So very genuinely, I just do not know. Unless you're talking about, like, the bell. If you're talking about just the bell, I just have to get down to that circle down there. I just needs to be there. Cool. We need to go to sleep, clean our stuff up tomorrow. Alright. But yeah, like, don't get me wrong, these kind of games, you usually don't get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into them. Not unless there's, like, a lot of deep and meaningful decisions to make that change your routes and all that. So, like, Stardew Valley, part of the reason you get a lot of replay value out of it is romancing all the different people and all their different stories and whatnot. You can side with Joe Jamard, or you can do the community center. And then there's lots of mods. We just got an achievement for doing over 7,500 things produced in one day. Okay. So the problem we've got is another line of ore has shut down. So when that box empties, our iron problem just got real bad. Are we recycling yet? Yeah. Yeah, we're up to fluids. I don't actually have the fluids hooked up yet, but we do have them unlocked. So let's run down here and get these things turned in. Okay, so servos, we're not producing those. And get the bumpers. And let's check on the mare. Because we just did our other upgrade the other day. I can't believe it, but it looks like you bought all the upgrades we have. Excellent work. So, does money serve a purpose now? I'm not sure what else we would buy. Like, we can buy machines as opposed to crafting them as an option. There's going to be something that's got to be a reoccurring expense we can choose to do if we wish. Okay, so this will turn this in. I got the bell in front of the church. What's the plan now? I might grab something to eat, maybe work on a new experiment. Benson? Yeah, Mogo? What's the plan for getting the church bell up to the bell tower? Oh. I'll go get help. Will you look at that? That is some fine work you two did. I think it's about time we hear it ring. Can I do it? Go ahead, sweetheart. beautiful. I haven't heard the church bell ring for years. Thanks again, you two. You make a great team. Team Benmo. Whatever you say. I still can't believe we had to move this bell. Isn't the sound of bells supposed to move you? Benson? Mogo? Please stop. I guess that they're supposedly pulleying it up there, but that... it's fine. Team Benmo. And we got the achievement, Team Benmo. Now to clean up all the conveyor belts it took to move this here. I had something that might help with that. Here is my latest invention, magnet gloves. When you wear these, you can collect fallen items from further away. Oh, that's actually really helpful. Thanks, Benson. It's for the best. I got it stuck in my own belt buckle for several hours yesterday. Alright, so we can change our gloves. Okay, so I gotta run back over, grab my robot. And grab the next objective. Yes, like right now, I'm not as motivated to do those missions because I don't see things to spend money on. That's something I care about. Which, to be fair, we made a good amount of money. Maybe I've been prioritizing the missions way higher than they anticipate you doing. It's also very possible we're going to have some major spends that I'm unaware of. So I'm mixing whether to continue focus on trying to get those done, or just ignore those for now and focus entirely on the science stuff. Oh, and I'm definitely leaving all the power poles strewn everywhere. That's non-negotiable. The new gloves give us a farther pickup range. Okay, let's grab the street light. Okay. Okay, so we got all that set up. Alright, so what's going on now with the mines? I've got that there. Alright, I also need to go here and look at our objectives. So we got 30 bumpers. Honestly, I don't care. Let's focus on rockets and stuff until I see something worth money. Because otherwise I'm going to chase around those random things and it may not even be important. And just advancing our tech will go a long way. Alright, so... what ran out of ore now? Okay, so this redundant coal thing ran out of ore, so that's fine. Okay, so we got all this nonsense weaving everywhere. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is I noticed that we are now outrunning our iron production. So that'll be another thing to fix. I also need to work on the circuit boards and all that. Alright, so filtering splitter, I need 1 stack of U. And then I need a bunch of logic circuits. This is my punishment for all of these things. Okay, so you're making those as fast as we can. So to expand that, I'm going to need yet another furnace. I'll deal with that in a minute. I need 200 logic circuits. There's the 200 logic circuits. And that's university research. We could also pop over here to one of these drills that stopped working. Oh, I must have already corrected it. It's fine. Okay, so let's go to the research, turn that in, see what we can get next. All right. It'll also be curious down the road if you're not going to the mines? No, I've gone to the mines. I've gone to the mines a lot. Okay, so we can go to you. Hey Mo, I found the way to integrate the filtering tech into the splitter. The new splitter can have custom filter criteria set, so it only picks up certain types of items. Try it. Okay. We have recycler efficiency, which makes the recyclers go faster. We'll do the power poles, because I need those more. Might need to clear a path for people to walk over your belts. Oh, absolutely not. Perfect. Once the requirements are delivered, we can get started in drafting the blueprints for you. Alright. I still have not set up any of our chemical production because I keep running down all these other things. So let's ignore these problems for right now, because I need to get to the point where I'm making servos, oxygen tanks, lightweight frames. We have the power poles twos. I need to unlock, yeah, because I need to get the plastic bars going. All right, so the plastic bars require the chemical plant. So that's gonna be flow meters and servos. Okay, so that means I need the servos, and the servos are circuit boards and small motors. Let's try and get that fixed over here, because we were working on that when everything else went sideways from our ore starting to run out. So we've got our motors there. And it was, what else do we need? And circuit boards. So what I need to do is I need to branch off circuit boards here and get them over where we got the motors. Probably actually bring the motors down this way would probably be the easier bet. We can probably do this. I'm going to regret routing it all this way, but what is life if not a series of regrets? I mean, what? Alright, let's grab some iron plates. Gonna play some No Man's Sky since you saw it play the other day. Also, the new expansions, etc. Oh yeah, No Man's Sky is excellent. Absolutely. Hope you have a good time with it. So let's look here. We've got an assembler 1. Grab the item dispenser out of there. Where is the assembler 2 that we just made? I probably made the wrong thing, didn't I? I did. Alright. I'm going to set you to make servos. Alright, so plan is straightforward. What I'm going to do here is we will grab one of the things here. Put you there, A to B. Conveyor belt down there. Set you to every other one. So that's one of the inputs. We do this. Buffer chest. And now I need to get the motors down here. And probably the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to use 2 undergrounds. Actually, we can make this even less of a disaster. Alright. Or more of a disaster. We're going to make it better. Trademark. Okay, grab you. Move you down here. Grab you. There. Because that'll be more space, you know, managing than having the inserters anymore, so we can stop using those. I think that's more efficient as well. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is I need to get the motors down there. Most likely the way we're going to do this is going to need a couple of undergrounds, but I'm going to go and put you here. We'll have an underground there, an underground here, and then you'll go down here, feeding into that, into this, and then finally into that. Alright, so I need 2 undergrounds. I wish this was easier to organize. Because I feel like I'm always fighting with the inventory management. Okay, now I just need a bumper. Okay. So that should get that all going, and that will give me the servos. We'll want to put a limit on this so I don't just delete infinite materials. Down the road, I want to increase these increase the volume we can hold and just let it spool up everything. But we're not at that stage yet. And I got all that coal being delivered all the way over to our steel production, which is fully backed up. Love to see it. So I need 200 steel beams for the rocket parts. And I'll need another 600 steel beams for our research. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I need an alarming amount of steel cable. Alright, so I need 600 steel beams for research. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Need to ditch some of these gears. That'll help a little bit. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Means 400 there. Go over here and grab a little bit more. 500. 550. I'll need one more stack. You can drop off the glove. But you're all geared up and ready to go. Alright, and that's the last of the iron ore up here, so this whole line is going to shut down. Which has been a problem we know that's been coming for a long time, and it's here now. So that's the whole thing. And for right now, I will chuck that glove in there. Alright. So that'll be the next thing to do, is tear all of that apart. Where's my robot? It's over here. So I'll grab the one last stack of steel here. Then grab a robot. Okay, so let's run these over to the research building. That'll be the first of the materials I need for the research. We can then check on the copper wire and the heat sinks. Okay. So I need about 400 copper wires and about 200 heat sinks. You missed a lot. Yeah, that is one of these things with these kind of games. It's very easy that if you miss just a stream or two, like part of a stream, it can get out of hand. It's one of the reasons why factory automation games can get a little bit hard to create content for. We'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. is because as time goes on and more people fall behind, you end up having lower and lower viewership because people pop in having no idea what's going on. So it gets hard to watch. And check out Bassett, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been doing some Digimon, the detective thing. So that's your jam. You can find it over there. Alright, so let's drop this off. Now give us our power pole level 2s. Unfortunately, they're closed for the day, so I can't do more of that. Alright. So the other thing we have is to increase our exports, we need winches and we need steel cable. Both of which are going to bottleneck on the steel cable and be a massive undertaking. I also need an obnoxious amount of servos, but all of that is not my immediate problem. My immediate problem is my iron production just shut down in its entirety. That's not true. I have iron being produced elsewhere, but you can see here that this is all that's fine. I'm just gonna plug it all into each other. It just means it's a reliable coal line. Thank you, Poity, for the tier 3 sub for 47 months you've been subbed to the channel. Really do appreciate that you're right about to hit 4 years sub to the channel, which is a heckin' long time. So thank you much so for that. And then on top of that, going above and beyond with that tier 3. So thank you so much. The support means a whole heck of a lot. Alright, so what we're gonna end up having to deal with here is I'm gonna have to improve the throughput of the iron ingots coming up here. Because that's where everything's gonna start choking up real bad. So I'm just gonna need to crate more of them and start moving them up here. And what's likely going to need to happen is all this production over here. It's either going to need to move over there somewhere, or I'm going to have to find a new route to bring things in. Because as you can see, this is just gobbling up all those plates. I'm fortunate that I do have a lot of plates in here, but they are running out. And we just had one of our copper nodes ran out right up here, so let's deal with that. The game looks cute. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Like, it still holds almost all of the same complexities that you run into with Factorio. Like, don't get me wrong, Factorio certainly has more to it. I'm not trying to imply they're, like, equal in depth and all that. But there is a lot to unpack here. Okay, so that'll end up running that one dry faster. Alright. So yeah, so the thing you gotta focus on the next in-game day is, one, get the plastic production at least doing something. Right now it's sitting there, and we're literally getting nothing from it. It is going to back up the logic circuits again. But at least having it at a non-zero amount will be some kind of progress. And then I gotta fix the iron, because that's gonna become an immediate problem. So yeah, so we need the servos for the chemical plant. It'll also be nice when we get the pole 2s actually built. Okay, what ran out now? Alright, I got two more nodes of ore just ran out. Okay, and that copper's about to run out. And the other one is way down where we need to go for the other iron anyways. Because that's all running fine for right now. That's still got plates in there, so it doesn't shut down yet. We can grab the servos to get the chemicals going. Alright, I also need the flow meters. Okay, so let's go here and rearrange stuff to check your deal. So we've got liquid in, 2 solids out. And that would be plastic. So plastic is coal, scraps, and water. So over here, I've got water. See, hell, even when I'm the one building the factory automation, you had trouble what's going on. Oh yeah, no, as you get the factory larger and larger, there's definitely a point you go, you know, I used to know how this worked. At some point, my knowing how this worked gradually got to be less and less, though, and I'm not sure when that happened. Okay, I'll make that. It'll be plastic bars. Okay, so I need to make pipe. There's an underground pipe. Where's regular pipe? Okay. Okay, so we've got the pipe hooked up. Got the power hooked up. Okay, so we need coal and plastic. The coal should be straightforward. We can just bring that right across here. Okay, so we got all that when we get it wired up. And now I can go over here and make ourselves a bumper. And every other coal. Alright, so with that, I've got this end of the deal done. And 2 of our nodes for iron ran out down there. And then to stick them to objects on your screen. Oh, as post-it notes as craftable items? I can see the art chaos there. I probably need a stack or 2 of you. I have got to clean this up. There's no way for me to get the robot through anymore. Just forget it. I need to rearrange this somehow. The robot no longer fits. Alright, it looks like we're officially going into the cave now. For more stuff. It presents an immediate problem for us. Because I can't be in here and out there. Alright, come on. Okay, so I've got to fix my routing over here so I can get the robot through. Because the slimes will attack you, and I believe they can knock you out. If you don't resolve that. So I could probably do is this one. Could probably be moved all the way over here. So that'll help that. This bumper can be moved over here. It'll make more power for it. This one needs to move somehow. Actually, another way it could actually move is just grab it like this. Make it shorter here. And do that. That's the right way? Yeah. And with that, I should be able to squeeze a robot through there. Alright. So let's get this wired up. And another ore node just ran out on the other side. As the iron continues to deplete over here. Okay, so let's get in here. And another one just ran out. Okay, so plan straightforward. Where are you all coming from? Okay, so we've got ore coming out of the cave now. Alright, so that means I've got ore coming around there. That's at least improvement. Oh, you just ran out of ore. Cool. So we got that sorted out. Let's see if we can get to the lab to get the next thing. This didn't improve the throughput there, but at least it's got it from going offline. I need to still get the throughput up because I need to bring the ore over here. You can see this part of the factory is shut down again because the iron ran out. But I need to grab our power pole 2s and then queue up whatever our next research is and figure that out. That poor person. Oh yeah, no, it's just everywhere people are getting stopped because they can't get past whatever I got going on in each place. I've got a new type of power pole for you. This one can span distances twice as far as the original. Keep in mind that you need to connect the two other poles of the same type to reach a new distance. Alright. Recycler efficiency is the only thing you've got left for me. Cool, I didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. I actually don't really care about the recycler efficiency right now. Because for the moment, the recyclers are way more than handling what I can throw at them. So my motivations are much better spent on other things right now. And I'm pretty sure we've reached the point with her where there's not going to be another big thing. And those are just motors and cranes and other stuff I'm not worried about. Okay. So, the next thing to fix is this garbage. So right now, I have this track right here that's supposed to be getting iron plates on it. Needless to say, it's not getting that. I don't want to have to rearrange the entire factory here. So what I'd like to do is route some of these over there as the ingots, not as the boxes of ingots. The challenge I'm running into has to do with the fact that... Are you riding a sentient toaster? Yes. Okay, so let's right there pull that up. Grab you. Put you right here. It's not gonna fix my... Alright. Grab you right there. Okay, because if I hook that up, you'll bounce it over there to this track. Oh, you know what I can do? It's fine. So I've got you. I'll need a second bumper. And this is the negative of doing the way I am, where I'm just kind of, you know, working on the next thing, working on the next thing, working on the next thing, and not taking the time to completely rearrange things. Alright, how do I want to rearrange this? That's the real question. Because I want to get this over here so I can route it up there. Now, I could try and just bring it over this way and cut across, and that might actually work just fine. Oh, I don't think that's working. I think because it bounces onto that tile, it's not working. There we go. You'll need an underground. Now the downside is each time I'm doing this, it's dividing the amount of material I get here by 2. Oh, one sec, we got a problem here. Stop it. And that problem we have is the fact that I gotta unload these first. Come on, reach, do it. We can fix this. So pick up you and you. Do it underground like there. Grab you. That wasn't enough. A building is in the way. Huh. Oh, I guess because we're crossing another underground? We can fix this. Make it even more cursed to try and run around out here. Alright, so with that, we at least have the ingots going through there now. Most likely I have once again blocked this off so I cannot get the mech through there. And we're definitely not producing enough ingots fast enough. Oh, that's not right. There we go. We have unjammed it. You know, it actually might be worth our time to put the buffers here. If we can. So that they uncrate them. Yeah, so you get fed into there. Which goes over here. You're on this route. There's no room really to take care of that. That's fine. Yeah, basically buffer them along the individual routes. Okay, so that's definitely a stopgap fix, not a proper fix. So what the heck was the last thing I needed? Is the plastic. I needed to bring the plastic all the way up here to this machine, which is going to be interesting because my plastic, if we look at the map, comes in here, which is like the opposite end of everything. Still, we can get that set up. Because I'm going to probably run that one right along with our circuit boards, or logic, sorry, the logic circuits. So we run that belt right along the side of the logic circuits. We should be able to bring it the whole way up. Once again, making it even more difficult for the townies to get around, as it should be. Okay. Let's run on down here and see if we can't get that sorted. Can I squeeze through here somewhere? Barely. That'll be an interesting difficulty to get through. It's fine. I'll figure it out I'll figure it out somehow. So I got the plastic right now buffering back here because I couldn't use it before. Okay. For right now, we'll just underground it across here. Eventually, we'll want to change this. Right now, I'm not too fussed. But there'll definitely be a thing I'll end up having to reroute all of this. Okay, so I need to grab some more iron plates. Oh, I didn't give myself a buffer box here. That's another thing we're definitely going to need. Alright, so the problem we run into now is we get a bunch of the ingots in here for a couple of seconds. It turns them all into plates and they get all gobbled up. One thing we can do to help this is... Actually, give me those back. So I need iron plates. Do we have someplace else we might be buffering the iron plates that I might be able to snag them? No, I got production, but not a buffer. So I gotta increase my throughput of the iron ingots so that they keep going. It's like the bearings are the one that's consuming everything right now. Oh yeah, both of these are going to the bearings, that's right. We don't use that many though, so it shouldn't be too bad. Need iron plates for that too. Yeah, they're almost at the point that this is starting to back up. Because this is gaining ground. And a lot of the other machines have stopped producing because they've hit their capacities that I'm willing to store. Okay, so I got this one here. So I can probably tear you down, bring you across, pick up these, and then make a bumper. Because I'm generally finding that the bumper kind of just replaces my use case for the for these arms. It just seems to be a bit more space efficient than it, and while doing the same thing. Is it lower power? I imagine it is, right? Yeah, same power, actually. Yeah, so that should compress a little bit more to give me a little bit more wiggle room to get around. I'm just gonna have to snag plates off of these. Okay, so I needed undergrounds. Okay, let's get back to trying to get the other one sorted. Because once I get this over, we'll be in much better shape to at least get the plastic going. Okay, so we got the plastic coming up this way. So it pops in from here. So now what I need to do is get the plastic all the way past this. And I'm going to try to do it in a way that I don't immediately choke up the works again. Yeah, so I can't go under there. I can't go under these ones, and I've only got that 2 gap wide here. If I move you over, it jams up my ability to get the robot through here again. I've once again picked up a hazelnut. So, the way I could probably make this work is by putting that far enough back. There's a building in the way. Oh, there's a crossed here. So I can't underground across there. I can crane it over. I'm gonna have to reroute this to make it not any of what it is. And I know it, and I don't wanna. Because it's gonna be a major rework. And I'm trying real hard to not have to do that. But it is becoming more and more and more obvious that that is going to be a thing that needs to happen. Because I could do stuff like I could take this one, put it over here, feed the motors in from this side, have it go out and back in, and then use a crane with the underground there, a crane to pick up the box of these and drop them over there. Because the big thing is I got all bunched up right here at the door. And a lot of this stuff needs to be moved farther back. I'm just trying real hard to not to tear the whole thing down. If I were to put the plastic into boxes, I might... Okay, I think I have an alternative plan here. Is it a good plan? No. Is it putting off things I probably should fix correctly and instead doing them in ways I shouldn't? Yes. Does apparently the power wires conflict with my path, creating all sorts of problems that I'm going to have to figure out how to get around? Apparently also yes. That's interesting that you can reach all the way over here. So you're not needed. You're not needed. Okay, so we could do is route you around this way. Which should open it up where I can put you here. Ah, you can almost go far enough to make this really go smoothly. I could probably make this work. So we're gonna go A to B. We're gonna definitely need to crate those up. But then what we could do here is to make you underground there. So it'd crate it over, drop it there, and then we would need to move some of these power wires. I don't think you do anything anymore, so you can get out of here. So the lesson I'm learning here now is that very genuinely, if I don't actually need a power wire somewhere, don't have a power wire somewhere. Okay, we can grab you. Alright, so let's get the next crane. Alright. So this does mean I will have the plastic up this far. We're going to just beeline it all the way up to this side and over this way. We can move this pole farther away. And thank you, B-Type, for the tier 1 sub to 38 months. Over 3 years you've been subbed to the channel, so thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel all the time. So thank you so much for that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that. Alright, so let's grab ourselves another underground. So we need more plates. That's what you want to see. The plates are finally backing up to resupply me. Thankfully. Alright. I got a lot more to do here to get it all sorted out. So those are still going to be holding crates. So I'm not going to underground this one. The crates can't go underground. What I'm instead going to do is underground the other direction over here with the coal. Because if I do that, then I'll just have to snake this around. You'll need 2 more of these. Okay. Yes, thank you so much. It really does mean a lot. Sorry, my brain is like figuring out how I'm doing this. And a lot of this I'm looking at being like, I know for a fact the way I'm doing this is going to cause me some heartburn later on in life. As we're just mashing it all back and forth. But normally the way I fix this kind of difficulty in Factorio is in Factorio, when I'm at that point of expanding and changing, I just go to a new part of the map and I start setting up a specialized location. And then you get that going. That's not going to happen in this one. I also realize we're going to be crating these. So let's start crating them on this side. We can leave them going super inefficiently for now. We can crate them on this side. And then once... I can't crate them that way. I can't crate them. If we crate them, these won't work. Alright. We can solve this. This can be solved. This is a solvable problem. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is get him to start crating. Where is the loader? There you are, down here. Okay, so that'll start crating them. Alright. So that can go around there just fine. Okay. So now what we do is we pull that up. And grab you. Something ran out of ore. Where is it? Okay, way up in my copper. Alright, so I need... 1 second, you need to be a tile farther, don't you? Need 2 more cranes. Okay. And that should be all fixed now. So it'll be horrifically inefficient on this end. But when we do get it switched over to the crated ones, it'll pick up the pace by a lot. The point is, it is technically working now. Alright, so let's take a quick peek at what's going on over here. Alright, so we got our next headache. And our next headache is... these just ran out. We do a quick and messy slap that in to at least turn it back on. But our copper nodes are running out, so I'm going to have to run over and hook up to the copper area. That's going to probably be the exact same thing we did with the iron, where you go way over to the copper area, we plunk the stuff down there, to get it made into iron ingots, crate them up, and ship them across the map. Yeah, to be fair... yeah, no, I think it's also good that it's like 1 million tiles in each way, because 1 million tiles in Factorio is a pretty heckin' big jog. So honestly, it's not a big deal that it's limited, limited that much. Okay, so the copper we need to grab is all the way over here. Is where the next copper spot is. I also have, you know what we're gonna do? Hold on that thought. Let's wire the train up. Because we can wire the train up and cut it through town real fast. Because that's free ore every single day. Oh, it does grab them one at a time, doesn't it, though? Because I've got these hooked up just sitting here this whole time. And I do have the second car is bringing in copper. Alright, let's hook up to the existing ore. Let's hook up to the existing ore. That's what we're gonna do. And the reason I'm looking at that is with the drills I can get the ore very rapidly. I think we need a ton of cranes to keep that sustainable, and I'm probably still gonna have to supplement it. Alright, so this is where we're trying to set up right over here. Now, one thing I'm noticing, there is coal here. It's not a lot. So, I think what I'm going to actually do is box up the copper ore and ship that across. And refine it on the other side. I need steel. Alright. Because what we could do then is we could run that over with the crates the whole way across here. And then bring that all the way down over to this area. Yeah, no, a million tiles is a very large map. That's kind of one of those things that, you know, if someone said, hey, is Factorio Unlimited's map size? It's like, well, no, but for all practical purposes, it's probably yes. You know, you could certainly make it... It certainly is limited in size, but it's such a really large number. Other than just running over there to run over there, you know, it's effectively unlimited. Yeah, okay, that's all fine, and you're just going to keep feeding through your stuff, that's fine. Let's grab a robot this time. Alright, so let's work on trying to get this copper over here, because those nodes are going to run out soon, and when they do, all of my production goes back offline. This is the story of my life. I got something done. Hang on, I gotta fix everything. I got something done. Hang on, I gotta fix everything. Let's see. Power pole 2. Oh, I need way more heat sinks for that. Yeah, no, riding a train and then measuring the time it takes you to travel in hours is enough to be like, yeah, this is not a thing to worry about. Okay, the heat sinks are up there. Because your computer's gonna full potato if you use any meaningful percentage of that. Not even meaningful. You'd be like talking lower single-digit percentages. Your computer's going full potato trying to handle that. Alright, so let's get over here and get the copper fixed, and by then we'll probably have enough plastic bars to unlock the research. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Alright, so with that, we've got all this going on. I am going to combine them onto one belt by tossing a crane on there. Those are apparently facing the wrong way. I am suddenly being alarmed that that's an output. Those houses have an output. Why do those houses have an output? What are the houses going to be outputting? Please don't do this to me, game. And thank you, Janicus, for the 330 stream streak. Catch the last 330 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. That is ridiculous, and it is appreciated a great deal. So we'll sell our pumpkin. Okay. Now I can cruise on down here and grab myself some more conveyor belts. Alright. We can pop over here. This way, when the copper ore runs out, we are shipping it in now from half across the map. And I'll need a bumper, and I'll need 2 unloaders. Okay, so let's grab you, get you out of the way. Grab you, grab the bumper, grab you. That's fine. And for right now, the unloaders are just going to shove them directly into the side of the other one. That's going to change, because as we deplete the ore there, I will be able to, there we go. So basically, as these deplete, I'll be able to route them in that way, is the plan. Alright, so we now got copper being delivered from the entire cross of the map. I need to clean out inventory. We are hoarding, and it is a problem. I would say the one and only complaint I have is I just wish these buffer chests would work different. So you see how there's this here? If I take my surplus gears and I chuck them in there, it won't grab from these until all of those are empty. So I'm going to just expand the amount it's allowed. But I do wish it would start with, like, whatever you put in there is, like, the extra stuff. Okay, so we did get that sorted. Let's grab some steel. Because I need more of this. I need to get rid of a bunch of things, and I don't know how that's going to happen. So at this stage, these crates should be all backed up, causing problems now. Perfect, just what I wanted. We will need another unloader made. Okay, so I'll get that back online. All right, so let's work on cleaning up our inventory and getting some of this junk out of here. So I've got some boxes I could just straight up get rid of some stuff. Let's pop over here. So those, we've been sitting on them forever. I do not need them. Those I do not need anymore. Most of the rest are raw materials. I'm gonna just chuck the plastic in there and the coal in there just to get it, and the copper and the acorn. So I'll clean out a bunch of room, sort that. do wish the sorting didn't work quite the way it does. Let's drop off the extra conveyor belts. Are you riding a toaster? Yes. Is a toaster that breathes rage. Just anger. Basically, you can go ahead and have it like tear up paths and all that. And it does so very effectively. But, you know, it gets beady red eyes and a buzzing blade. This is your favorite toaster now. Yep. As it should be. Oh, I've got more plastic. The plastic I'm not worried about buffering and saving. Alright, so I chucked that in there. Alright, so we can check our inventory real fast. Put the undergrounds up here. I'm gonna put the buildings up there. Oh, also the inserter arm things we're gonna get rid of. Because the bumpers effectively just completely and utterly replace it. And are way cleaner to look at. Alright, so what needs to happen first is I need to grab some of these plastic brick. How many do you produce? So 30 per minute. So it actually goes at a relatively fast rate. We probably don't have more, mostly because this was feeding one piece of plastic at a time for a while. So to unlock the next tech, I need 300 plastic bars. So right now I'll just chuck that back in there. And not sweat that. So the things we can work on is I can start making the servos happen. If we get 400 logic circuits and 200 circuit boards, we can work on improving the efficiency of all that. Okay, that's 150 circuit boards. Servos-wise, I've got 150 of those. We can grab all the heavy-duty motors we see. I'm just kind of approaching this as, what are the things you want me to have? Okay, I'll just grab all of them. Okay, it does look like the mech can just climb over the boxes, so that's good news. I do need to be producing more iron ingots. That is going to be our existence forever, apparently. That's 200, and I need 400. I'm going to trash those. Can't cross through here anywhere. It's fine. Because then what we'll do is we'll drop off all we can of these. And we're just going to kind of work on getting the progression on all these things, not even worry about focusing on them. Just grabbing the spare resources, expand our operation, and fix stuff as it breaks. I still have all of this plastic over here. I actually had all the logic circuits I need over here, too. Okay, so with this, that takes care of that. We can run back over here and dump the stuff into the boxes over here, or if we have others we don't know what to do with. Imagine living here and your neighbor just randomly puts a conveyor right across your driveway. Yep. That's hardly the worst thing we've done. Okay. So plastic, 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 logic, logic, logic. Just fill it on up with all these. Let it sort it out on its own. I do have the second recycler. And I will need a bumper. There we go. Now imagine you're trying to get home, and you're like, there's all this heavy machinery in the way, and then someone literally surrounds you with heavy and dangerous machinery, not allowing you any possible escape. That's what real neighbors are. Okay, they are slowly depleting the buffer on the plastic, which is good. Poor person stuck now is going to starve to death. Ooh, we have no ore coming in. Hang on. This is not what the way it should be. Okay. So we need another bumper. There we go. Okay, yeah, so with the ore we got going there, that should be enough to run those. Can I get another one of these on here? What I'm considering right now is if I can manage to make another furnace go here. That's not what I wanted to do. What I did. Let's just get out of here. I need to get home. All right. Those neighbors are the best. Thanks, I hate it. Alright, drop off the unit of ore. I'm sure this is fine. The lights steadily flickering through the night. Alright, so let's check on the stats things. Actually, how are we doing here? We have something has run out of ore. Okay, so we have one of the nodes down there by the cave has run out. You need to get home. What about that villager? What about that villager? They don't pay me. Not my job, not my problem. Okay, so you ran out of ore. That's not surprising at all. You're being just paid to destroy a town? No, I'm being paid to produce things. Now on the note of destroying the town, though. I mean, what? I need more heat sinks. I'll deal with that in a moment. I do want to get everyone's house on my grid. Because even when I'm visiting the neighbors over here... Oh, hey, your lights aren't flickering. That's unexpected. Basically, anytime the power grid is down to, like, nearly done, like 10% from the end, everyone you've wired into their houses will start flickering. So you're basically causing, like, brownouts throughout the entire town. Yeah, destroying the town is just a happy side effect. Oh, right. The buffer for the heat sinks is over here. Okay, so I can race on over here. I also am going to need wire. I probably need metal plates as well. No gears. Let's grab some gears. This will be good, because I can grab all those surplus gears that have been sitting in this box. Start cutting it down to a more reasonable amount again. Or not, or I'll just leave it up here. Honestly, Don't worry about having a limit anymore. It's fine. Yeah, so if we go into town now with all these houses that we've hooked up to the power grid. Yep. The bakery, trying to do your work, as the lights just flicker and dim here and there. Yep. Doing good work. Oh, hey. Are you not connected to the rest of the power grid? Is that just what's going on? Is you're just... I happen to plug into enough homes that I can run those machines? It looks like it might be exactly the problem. Also, I'm not hooked up to your house. We can't let that stand. There we go. We got your house wired into my infrastructure, so I can take advantage of that. It's kind of a bummer that I can't get that to connect down there, because I really do want to abuse the power here. Yeah, they won't connect up and down. We might unlock something that lets us do that later, because they do have the electrical box there. Because I was going to cover the entire beach with windmills, just because. But that's fine. Alright. Let's solve our power problems for a good long while. And you're not connected over here for some reason. Let's fix that. There we go. So now if you look at our power grid, I've got about 110,000 watts to spare. Okay. Ooh, I'm starting to see gaps in our ore up here. Alright, let's get that sorted out. Where is my toaster? My toaster is going to demand blood. And we must satiate the toaster and its wrath. Because we're getting gaps in the ore up here. Alright. So I need to get more ore going here. And the other thing I can do is grab a bumper here. I don't have the plates. As I grab bumper here and I can feed it into that. Yeah, so as you can imagine, slowly we're going to be working our way farther back in here. Alright. Let's go check on our plastic. We probably have enough plastic set aside by now. Okay, so we need to have more heavy-duty motors, circuit boards, plastic bars, steel beams, winches, steel cable. So let's start grabbing stuff. We start with the plastic and see how we're doing here. Okay, that should be the plastic bars I need for unlocking tier 6. Let's go over here and get the steel beams. I'll need 6 stacks of those as well. Okay, and I will need, for heavy motors, all that there's in there. And I will need, for circuit boards, 1 stack of those. How fast does the unloader unload? It takes a couple seconds. Like, you'll notice the gap here between the boxes. That's like one gap in between each time it has to cycle the next one in. So it's about 15 bars and then 1 gap misses. It's not quite enough to saturate a conveyor belt kind of thing. Alright, we can go ahead over here and say the steel beams. And grab a stack of winches. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do the rounds. We're going to start by dropping off this to the research place so we can unlock tier 6 technology. We're going to get a bunch of the stuff towards the recycling efficiency sorted out. We're going to get some towards the winches, all that. Hey, Elise, I'm literally going up here to try and work with you. I'm going to need you to go back to work. Clearly you're not meant to leave the office, considering you can't really. Let me guess, you're not open on Sundays. Yep. Sigh. Alright, so we'll go from here to the university to turn in the thing for the recycler efficiency. I imagine what's going to happen here is we'll hit the point that the recycler isn't going to do stuff anymore. I'm also really curious that pretty soon, I'm imagining we've got those boxes on a couple of the various houses that are outputs. I am wondering if eventually you'll start shipping goods from the houses. Okay, so get you sorted. And for you, it's steel cables and winches. There's a stack of winches. 2 stacks of steel cables. Okay. So what that does mean is we'll need to spin by the next day to get all that sorted out. Meanwhile, I'm getting tired of bumping into this power pole every time it cut through here. There. Okay. And you're still doing your thing. We need 600 servos. There's 100. I'm going to need to check what the requirement is. Actually, it's 200. I'm going to need to check what the requirement is going to be for getting the oxygen. So let's go here, make ourselves another chemical plant. So an oxygen tank is copper iron plate and then water. Okay. Copper bars, iron plate, and then water. So let's start trying to get this hooked up. So the copper bars are right here. So that shouldn't be too terrible. Yeah, that'd be the output. And one of our nodes has run out. Oh, is that the coal over here? Yeah, one of the coal nodes ran out down here. That's fine. Cool. Because we're slowly decommissioning that. That'll get that out of the way, and then we'll have to route coal from somewhere else. Okay. So, I need to bring in water. I need to bring in a bunch of stuff. So let's get the power over here first. We could make a water pump. That's heavy duty motors. Even though I got the PSI up here in the water tower, running the pipe from over there is going to be more inconvenient and more of a hassle than I want to deal with. Let's go over here, grab a stack. The big one's going to be the iron plate, because that'll be another hit to my iron that I'm going to have to move over here again somehow. And that's going to be just an annoyance. We can go in here, drop you down. Okay, and I got some water pipe. Gonna make 2 more units. I need iron plate. Let's run over here and get the water hooked up. Then I need to get the copper ingots moved up, which will be interesting. The iron plate does not seem to be keeping pace. I'm noticing that slowing down, which is a problem. All right, because we gotta increase the throughput. I've got to find a place where I can put a decent number of iron smelters to just make a lot more iron ingots, and try and saturate the belt like this one is. We've been slowly increasing the amount of iron we're using here and there. Did I make undergrounds? I did. Well, I made an underground. Let's at least put it to full use. Oh, it's another one of those ones. We did find this before. So, they did, for whatever reason, make it so when you're dealing with, like, undergrounds and all that, you can't go directly from an underground into a machine. Oh, you only produce 5 PSI? Alright, hang on. Hang on. That is terrible. Okay. So we're going to bring this over, because at least this one had how much PSI? Was it 100? Okay, so problem wasn't that. It was this. Alright, so... So I've got you. I'll need the underground here. I need more power poles. And grab the underground. The good news is those undergrounds go a long way. Now I need a regular pipe. One more. Guess one more. It's fine. Okay, so we've got that sorted. I've got the intake from what's going to be the copper bars and the iron plates, and then the output of the oxygen tanks. So I'll go over here and drop you, and drop you. So we've got an output for the oxygen tanks. I'll limit it to 4 spots. Okay. So the next thing would be getting the iron ingots. Or the copper ingots up here. And I hate to do it this way because I don't think it's going to end well for me. Actually. Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to end well for me. I'm still going to do it. I'm going to just put a bumper and knock every other ingot over. I can pull you up. And I need to have my character go to sleep. Yeah, because I'm going to try and run that all the way over. That's fine. Okay. Because we can get the oxygen tanks being produced. That's one of the requirements I have for the rocket. And it's just going to take time. Yeesh. I still see that workplace accidents, and I'm just thinking, it could be just how many times you get KO'd. Hey, dog. We're serious business over here. Take your ball back. Fun is forbidden. Okay, so you've got this over here. Cool. I'm probably going to want to reroute that and almost immediately regret it. Okay, so we've got the copper hooked up, so now I just need to get the iron plates hooked up. And that's where we're going to hook it up and immediately be filled with sadness. Let's say, don't you dare let that ball come up the machine, dog. Alright. So, we have iron over here. You can see the ingots over here. This is already being split in half there, so it's probably not where we want to go and split even more off. Where, oh my god, dog, please. It's my ball, you can't have it back. Where am I splitting off these ingots? How are we making this happen? Because if I do this here, where I split it off a second time, that's going to consume my steel cable more. That might be okay, but it would cut our steel cable production in half, which is a pretty hard hit. And then you're going down here to feed all that. So we definitely don't want to touch that. That's the gears and all that support everything. And then you on the mean... Okay, we're probably this line. This is the one we're going to want to borrow from. There's not a great way for me to borrow it, because I actually want it as the plates. So we're going to go ahead and do... Going to move this over here a little bit. We're just going to kind of shimmy this whole process up a little. Okay. So, I don't know what I thought that was going to accomplish. I need to shimmy it up more is the problem. Why? Why are you not producing steel now? Oh, I put down the wrong building. That's the problem. I was there staring at it being like, but why aren't you going? Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna inch that up even farther. It's fine. You're gonna make steel. I will bring you around, bring you like that, bring you like this. And then what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna get an undergrounder for you. That'll go there. We have you. We find a box to put that in. Because then what I could do from here is we can make ourselves a bumper. And we can run this up and all the way over. So let's make another underground. Yeah, so the big thing I'm noticing where I'm like, oh, we really need to change the way I'm routing all this, is if we look at what we're actually doing with all these conveyors, is I am wasting just a ridiculous amount of time running cables and undergrounds and everywhere, where if I just stop and take the time to clean it up a little bit, not like min-max or anything like that, but just a rough cleanup of where like we're taking the same materials and routing them in like 4 different directions, I would be able to get rid of way a lot of used up space that's just conveyors. When we look at this area, those 2 machines are working. I got these machines working. And all the rest of this over here is just routing. I got plenty of coal here. Oh, we should get to the lab. I forgot I finished that research. Let's get this hooked up, so we're at least producing the oxygen tanks. And once the oxygen tanks are being produced, we'll run up to the lab and do their thing. Okay, so that should have oxygen tanks being produced now. Alright. So those being produced, I've already got what I need for the area up top. Material-wise, let's grab the heavy motors. There's the next 100. Grab the winches. There's the next 100. Grab the steel cable. And I think that's all the things we have for that. Alright, so let's run up to the lab to the north here. Get those turned in. Everything should be working around here. Oh, we can drop my coal in there. Or not. Okay, that's about to tap out that coal. When that happens, I'll have to reroute the coal around. I'm perfectly okay with that. We know that's been coming for a long time, but that will be a conveyor belt away from there. There'll unfortunately be another cable belt crossing the east and west side of the map, but it is what it is. It's been a long time coming. There is more coal up here I could tap and bring in from a distance. These little nodes probably not so good, but I want to say there's some nodes way up here. My expectation is we will gradually be shifting more and more stuff to coming in from the train. Ah, Morgan, good timing. I just finished the blueprints for the next research tier. With this, you'll have everything you need to complete the next stage of the rocket. I can't wait to follow along with the rest of your progress. Lightweight frame, fiberglass, synthesizer, grows new crystals out of fragments. Fragments can be produced by recycling whole crystals. Oh no. Okay, I understand. So what's going to happen here is I'm going to get the crystal. I will break it into fragments, and I will bring it into a machine that will generate new crystals, and some percentage of those crystals are going to be put back through the loop. Excellent. Once you deliver the requirements, William and I will get started on these blueprints. Okay. So we're effectively going to be growing quartz out of quartz. By just kind of feeding it through this cycle in the machine, which means I'm going to have to split the output to make sure enough output is going back into the system to feed it. Yep. And there might be more than that, too. They've already made a comment about Benson having a lab as well. Granted, he's not giving me any research yet, but we'll figure that out. Okay. So. Oh, we still have stuff to drop off. Yeah, so we could go ahead and drop off the heavy motors, the winches, and steel cables and all that. That poor lady stuck in her yard? Yep. It's my town. I bring industry. I believe the appropriate response from them is, "You're welcome." Okay, so you need the winches and the cable. So winches and cable. Now we scurry up here. Your favorite part is they just stand there angry? Yep, well, thanking you constantly for all the stuff you do around the town. They're just trying to, like, make you feel guilty about it. Hey, Dreambird, how's it going? You know, just make you feel guilty about it. You know, so that maybe you'll correct your behavior. But you know, that only works if you do, in fact, feel guilty about it. It is what it is. Gonna drop off some of the servos over here. So I need to be making the lightweight frames, which I assume requires me to make fiberglass. That's another 200 servos. Alright, so let's go over here, because we gotta get some figuring out. Do I have more steel on me? Yeah, I got plenty of steel. Alright, so what we're gonna need to figure out over here is what all I need to make these things. We're going to start here by making ourselves another chemical lab. Okay, so the fiberglass we make an assembler to from quartz and plastic. I'm not going to be able to do that without having the part where I reprocess the quartz. The lightweight requires steel beams and plastic bars. I knew I was going to immediately regret having this routed that way. It's fine. It's easy fix. Boom, and solved. There, so we've untrapped the plastic. Alright. So. This will be a little out of the way. But I'm kind of tired of everything being bunched up in the same place. What you do here... Oh, I'm probably going to need a lot of pipes going around there. Alright, hang on. Fine, I'm going to run the plastic across the entire map like everything else. Yeah, this will be fine. Okay, so I got the steel down here. I can easily route that up into this area. Maybe even just route it over there and then run the plastic. Alright, so let's run the plastic down this corridor here. Put it with the other conveyor belts that are going this way. The plastic comes out there, and that's almost perfectly in line. That'll be a thing to figure out. Okay, so let's get some undergrounds going real quick. Cool, it did reach. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to do that in one. Alright. Ooh, actually. So put you there. And I need 2 more underpasses. Ah, I can't do it there. That's fine, we can do this here. And we can have you then making our new material. Not fiberglass. Where's the light frames? Alright, where were the light frames? Oh, you're a chemical plant. Okay. I missed that it was a chemical plant. Alright, hang on. Chemical plants need water. Okay. New plan. All these conveyor belts, go the other way. Go the other way. Reverse course. Because the water is on this end of the map is way more of a hassle to move than this is. I missed a spot? Yeah, it does look like I missed a spot. Meanwhile, where did the ore run out? Alright, we'll check this real fast. That's fine. That'll work for right now. Okay, so let's fix the one we missed. So right now I'm just shoving these onto this other area. So I'm gonna move the buffer over here. So that way it pulls all that plastic in, because we're gonna clear the line of plastic, and I'm gonna reroute that to be steel over here. I probably shouldn't have it that close to the water, but honestly, right now, I can't be fussed. So I'm gonna go over here. And we're gonna give ourselves a decent amount of space. Light frames. So there's the plastic coming in. There's the power. Pipes. So I can go here. We need just a couple of pipes here. And I'm going to need an underground pipe. Okay, and then we'll need the steel coming in, which, like I said, I'm going to get all this cleared, which it looks like it's all cleared now. So we're going to grab you, grab this up here. All I need is the buffer, and then we need to get to sleep. Cool, let's get to sleep. And I know I didn't set a limit on it. Oh, I'm not going to make because I'm going to get caught on all that stuff. Alright, so that should make my frames. No, it shouldn't. I haven't hooked up my steel yet. It will not make my frames. Tomorrow we'll fix it, and it'll make my frames. Then I'll get the lightweight frames going and all that. That's going to be a massive hit to my steel, most likely, which has been our big burden for most of this run. Alright. So let's get these light frames done, because I need those for the synthesizer. Then I'll be able to make the fiberglass. So you've got all that backed up. While I'm standing here, I'm going to chuck you in there. What are you missing that this isn't happening? You are not getting the plastic. Okay, let's take a look to see if we broke something with the plastic at some stage. Okay, so meanwhile, this is going to get cursed as all get out. We'll grab the undergrounder. There we go. Okay, that should have that all hooked up, and another node just ran out. It is either in the cave or in front of the cave. Alright, so I need what on my person? Right now, I have steel, I need metal plate. That's gonna have to do for the moment. I've been stealing all stuff on there, so we're getting backlogged. Okay, so no plastic here. Where is all of our plastic? How do you have steel? Where did the steel come from? I must have accidentally put the wrong thing in there. Okay, so that should unjam that. Alright, so let's check again. So I've got the ore node inside the cave has run out. And it's looking like this is desperately low. We need to get way more iron on that second track. Oh wait, you need to come in here because I gotta fight. Okay, so let's grab some drills. Okay. Now using your lights in mind, I have still just not set them up. It's not that I'm actively avoiding them. It's just another thing that I have to set up that I have not done yet. Because I'm assuming we're going to want to do that. for a whole bunch of reasons. Okay, so that set on the right there should take care of all of this. Set on the left should take care of all that. I haven't even looked at the lights. So utility light. Alright. So chuck some lights down. That's fine. Okay, so that should be massively improving the throughput we have on our ore, to the point that we should get those ingots back up to producing at the speed they're supposed to be. We're going to definitely need to expand that as well. We're honestly going to get to the point of probably crating the ore itself and feeding them directly, but that's yet another project I don't want to deal with. So the plastic is unstuck, so we continue that production. This all needs to be cleaned up to not be a mess, and I'm not going to do it. You can't make me. We have our steel going over here. Okay, so light frames are happening, and honestly, I'm feeling pretty okay with just letting it go full bore and just depleting our plastic for right now until we have another need for plastic. Because I think that'll be fine for the time being. Alright, so let's look at the stuff we need. We're going to do our next drop-off again today, which is hurting a lot of our things because we're just stockpiling stuff. I literally don't have any steel cable at all. So winches-wise, there's another thing of winches there. There's another full stack of those. What else do I need? So it's the steel beams. Oh, I need regular old steel beams. So 600 steel beams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'll take care of the steel beams. I'm now suddenly realizing the plastic bars are going to be a pain. So maybe I do set a limit on this. So light frames would be 300, that's 6 slots. Let's grab what we can of the plastic. Stupid ball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not enough gears to care about. 6. Not enough coal to care about. 7. And toss you and you. 8, 9. 10. Is that a full stack? It was not. 11. If I get one more in there, we're good. 12. Okay. So that should be everything but the light frames for the synthesizer. So let's drop all that off. Okay. So I can drop all this stuff for getting our synthesizer, because once I get the synthesizer, I can start the process of rotating out the quartz to get more, to then get the next step going. So there's all that. So I need 300 light frames for that other part. I'm going to drop off the heavy-duty motors. We're getting pretty close to getting the heavy-duty motors for the recycler efficiency done. And then the steel cables and the winches were just not even close. Then we can check in the servo and the oxygen tanks and all the other nonsense. Okay, so there's the winch. And I don't have a full stack of steel cable, so I'm not going to bother. We are bringing in ore. I probably should just be setting those up and just letting them fill up more and more and more buffers to just have as much ore as possible just getting stockpiled down there. I just kind of don't want to deal with it. Eventually that'll become where all our ore comes from as we deplete the mines, but we're not near that yet. Okay, so I need servos, 200 of them. There's another 100 there. So that'd be 150 servos. Now I can run over here and grab some oxygen tanks. That's 400. So that means it'll only be 50 servos, 50 oxygen tanks, and 300 lightweight frames away from completing this stage of the rocket. That's not what needs to go there. Actually, yes it is. There's the servo. There's the oxygen tanks. That's what you need. And then we're making the lightweight frames. I'm curious what's going to happen, because I imagine between the plastic and all that, we're eventually going to reach a point that I've got a surplus of either the plastic or the circuits, and we'll need to dispose of them. And I imagine that's probably the point where you've got that output thing where you just sell or donate whatever. They'd probably be like literally just funneling it into that. Okay, and what are you waiting on? You've got this going down here, you've got that. Okay, so motors is falling dramatically behind. And motors are falling behind because these are falling behind, and these are falling behind because our iron production is insufficient. And the drill has just run out of resources. That's going to be the coal up here. So it's getting ready to be time to route coal over this way. Okay. Yeah, so with that, the coal is running out over here. The good news is I've got so much surplus coal piled up over here that what I could do is I can reroute here. Okay, so that's all sorted out for right now. And I'm out of conveyor belt, so I gotta solve that. Okay, so that should fix that. So I need to go back down to the iron mines and see what we can do to improve its throughput. Which is pretty much the way we're going today, is just run to this area, what can I do to improve its throughput? Run to that area, which is the exact same thing that happens in all these games. When you play games like Factorio, you're like, oh, how can I get more green circuits in my green circuits? So this is keeping up. So it's not the ore itself that is the bottleneck, it's the furnaces. So what I'm going to need to do is figure out a way I can shove another furnace or two in here. So let's try and get that sorted. So I'm going to try to put furnace right there. So the way I think I can do... Oh, I can't put an underground for you because you're crates. Alright, new plan, I say, without actually having a new plan. Alright, yeah, because there's not enough ore coming from... So this one probably just needs to be pushed into that one. There's not enough ore on this one to split it between the two. So I'm going to need to split ore off from down here and bring it down. The coal we use, not as much of it, that I could probably get away with not having a whole big fancy thing. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by tearing that down. I'm going to plug you in. I'm going to route you like this. Yep, so that's all wired up and fine. And I'm going to scooch you over a good couple tiles. That way I got some room to figure some stuff out. So what I think we're going to do here is I need to bring some of the iron down over this way. We could probably, well, first get on my inventory, you. Alright, so what I'm going to need to do is route some of this iron down. We can go and grab a bumper. Alright, Strider, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. I do not have iron plates. Look, just let me through. And I'll try and get this sorted. Because I'm going to try and get the next smelter online. Alright, so I got the iron plates. And I need that to make a bumper. Now I can go here and make an underground. Okay. And if we can make one more underground, I cannot. If I make one more underground real fast, what I could do is I can make this go underground from there to there, route you down around. I say already seeing a problem with that strategy. It's fine. Well, I can't control when I raid if they're going to be noisy or not. That's just going to be the circumstances of whoever I raid, whatever they're doing kind of thing, unfortunately. Because even channels that are normally chill sometimes aren't. You know, they got some fun going on that unfortunately leads to a bunch of chaos. Okay, so I also need another underground. Okay, so the plan is going to be push the coal up here, route it over there, bring you down like this. You get routed here. How is it going to bumper it over again? It's fine, this'll work. That's not right. That's my problem. You don't go there. That's my problem. That's why I'm getting confused by this. Okay, so you go there. Plug you into here. That connects you to this side. So both machines should be getting coal. Now, next thing I need to do is we'll go here, shove a bunch of ore in there. I can't shove the coal in there, so just get out of my life. I need another underground. I need more metal to do that. Okay. You think Miss Feral Friday? Oh, yeah, no, I don't do anything like that. I have no idea what that is. My assumption is that is utter chaos streams. Okay, so that should be fine here. Now I can route you around. Oh, wait, I need that. Okay, we need to get out of here. Cool. I think that's all working. Yeah, that's all working. I probably need to improve that. Where is my machine? It's over there. We probably need to improve that a great deal. We're going to be pushing our luck on this time. Okay. The fun kind of unhinged. Yeah, no, I figured as much. Just a stream that's utter chaos. So hopefully that's just increased our ingots for our iron by about 30%. And that'll get us into better shape for progressing things. Alright. Yeah, the only stat we've never seen something appear in is workplace accident. Like I said, my assumption is if I go, for example, into the cave and get mauled by those slimes, I'm assuming that would trigger that. But that's the only place I've seen that I might be able to get hurt. Okay, you're all working. You're all working. So we need the lightweight frames. I need 300 of them. So there's 250. So let those run for a minute. We need heavy-duty motors. I have none. Literal 0. We need winches. Okay. I need steel cable. Alright, and the problem we're running into with the motors is between the servos and all that, we're just using them all up. And then servos, I only need that many more. Alright. Let's try and get this all sorted. Let's drop off the servos, and actually we can check in the oxygen tanks while we're here as well. And you produce 15 per minute. Okay. Alright, so let's start dropping off materials. That's kind of what I'm doing is first thing in the morning, I'm doing the delivery on all the things to progress so we can progress. So for you, there's your 50 servos. Where are they at? 50 servos. And your 2 things of oxygen tanks. We're not doing the lightweight frames to you yet. I think I'm going to prioritize the synthesizer. We didn't have any of the heavy motors. We'll run down here to drop off the tiny bit of steel cables and winches we've got. Oh yeah, we're still waiting on heavy motors for you. And we'll see what we can do to try and figure out our bottlenecks to see what I can improve the efficiency on. You needed the cable and the winches. Yeah, we get that last stack of lightweight frames. We can get the synthesizer unlocked. And then we'll be good to work on the rocket parts too. Alright, so let's try and figure out... So, the reason why the motors are slowing down is because these aren't going fast enough. Oh, hey. Yeah, so I let that max out. That was probably a mistake, but at least it's full now, so it shouldn't be doing much more. So it's another case of not enough iron ingots is the problem. So let's pop in here. And again, check to see, is there room for me to add to the iron ingot production? Okay, at this stage, I did increase the throughput. We do have 4 of them. Each of them are feeding the crating. They're not quite reaching saturation of belt, but they're getting pretty close to it. Now, one problem I do see is with our coal production here. This one is being split between 2 of those. And that's going to eventually run out. Do I have more coal right up over here? I probably don't, right? There's not just coal in here? No. Okay. So, we're going to be burning through coal at a relatively fast rate over here. None of those are urgently low, but they're going to get there. Realistically, the way we solve this is this will probably be where we bring our coal in. So we take the coal off the ship, ship it over here by crate to feed into the system. Alright, so let's take a look, see how close we are to getting those last lightweight frames, because that's what's blocking us from the synthesizer. The good news is the plastic is doing solid. Okay, so that should be enough to unlock our next technology. And that's the one where we get to start mass-producing crystals. I'm sure it's going to be the chemical plant. And it's going to be something, or a new building. But it's going to be like the chemical plant, and it's going to be feeding quartz into it, and then some other material. I don't know what the other material is going to be. Or materials. And then, like, I'm guessing it's going to be the chemical plant. It's going to be water, and then it's going to be some other material, whether it's stone or whatever. And then with all those materials fed into it, you can sit there and cycle it around in circles, and it basically deletes the stone and the water, but you slowly build up your quartz supply. I figured out a way to make more quartz without having to venture into the mines. You can break a piece of quartz into fragments using the recycler, and then add fragments to the synthesizer and grow new ones, giving you more than what you started with. Make sure to connect it to a water source first, though. Alright. Wind turbine level 2. Or the pump thing. Okay. So it doesn't look like we're getting another stage of tech yet. I'm not going to worry about that. Excellent. Once you've delivered all the requirements, William and I will get started on the blueprints for you. Yes, I'm not going to fuss with that right now. We're doing fine with just the power we've got. I'm sure eventually we'll want to start swapping things over. Okay. So, things to work on. One is increasing our iron throughput. That's an immediate headache. 2, getting the coal routed from the boat over to where our iron is currently coming from, because we're down to our last 4 nodes there, and it is eventually going to deplete. So I think we're working on that, and that's going to take some time, because I'm going to have to route the coal directly through the middle of town, which is perfect, just the way I want it. I'm also assuming I do not have all the materials I'm going to need. Okay, so here's where the coal's picking up. So let's start getting this routed. I kind of wish you could collapse this menu a bit more. So I'm going to need iron plates, which is going to be a headache. Okay. Alright. And there's nothing here that actually is of substance, right? They just pay money. Yeah, we kind of hit the point where they stopped offering me new things on there. So I kind of just like, alright, whatever. I'm sure eventually I'll regret having done that, but I'm not there yet. Okay. So we've got all the servos we need. We got the steel beam. The oxygen tanks, I still need 150. To get the plates, I'm going to realistically need to either be buffering them somewhere other than here. Yeah, because you produce the cable. You're producing the winches. We're just going to let those go for a while. Yeah, because the problem is I didn't leave myself any room for any buffering over here on any of this stuff. Okay. That's fine. The steel is backing up. Once it backs up enough, this should be a self-resolving problem. As long as I keep the ingots coming in at a speed that it doesn't... That's not the bottleneck. But I don't really know how I expand this in a way that isn't gonna cause me more headaches. Alright, so... Can I expand this farther? Not really. I think to expand this farther, I need a third belt coming out here of iron. I knew it was going to happen the moment I... Okay. Okay, so I'm going to try to do real fast. I'm out of everything. Do I have what I need to make power poles? It's enough to at least turn it on. Okay. Right now we'll have you feed onto this belt as well. So you got those two contributing there. So you'll have 3 on this one, 2 on this one, 4 on that one. That should be fine for now. Okay. So then the test is going to be, I need to route one of these over here somewhere so I could shove another line of ingots on here somewhere. I have no idea where I'm making room for this. Because even if I get it... No, actually, I could put it down there. Okay, let's try and make this happen. So if I put you here, I can make that work. So you feed into there. You'll feed here. That'll be where the iron goes. I will need a bumper that I can't afford to make. Alright, and what we could do here... is underground there, underground there. Okay, so I need 2 undergrounds and I need a bumper, and that should, in theory, work. And that would let me get 1 more smelter on there. So that'd be good news. But I need iron plates, and those are proving to be all the headache. Because I keep consuming all these motors and all this stuff, and our whole setup is just choking on it. Okay. Alright, so we have the bumper. No, I don't. I need a winch. And grab the extras. Let the system get all jammed up yet again. Alright, so get the bumper. So next I need the undergrounds. So I need just a couple more plates. Alright, let's try running these over here. At least with those servos. I don't need more of them right now. So when they do catch up and they stop producing, that'll be another drain on the motors gone. And the motors are what's really kind of ramping things down on us. Okay, so I could take you. I was really worried that wasn't going to reach, but it'd be some block I hadn't noticed. That's unfortunate. Break you. Okay, that takes out the whole power grid. Alright, so we got the ore coming in. And now I need another bumper here. Okay, so I should have just added another 20% onto our ingot production. The other thing I need to do is I do need to go into that mine and get ourselves... Alright, Luxray, you feel better. You take it easy, you feel better. Thank you for hanging out and all that stuff. Let's get some more drills going on inside the, in the mine. To keep everything moving. Okay. Ditch you. Alright, so I needed drills. I need gears for that. I can go here, grab a stack of gears. I want at least 3 drills. Alright. I do see there's a blinking coal node over there that's slowly going to run out. That's fine. We actually have a ton of coal right there. Alright, that's the 3 drills. Let's see if we can't run over here real quick to drop those off. I should be pushing this. Let me guess, I did not leave myself enough to make a power pole. I have exactly enough for 1 power pole. Okay, cool. There we go. And so 3 full conveyor belts is the most I can have going out of there. Oh no, because I don't think it'd be easy for me to get coal into the mine to do that as well. So it does look like that might be my limit on what we could do there. So if I wanted more, what I'd likely end up needing to do is have the train bringing in iron as well. Because then I'd be able to go through all that and use it that way. Alright, we can go to sleep. I'll see what our supplies are at tomorrow so far as being able to unlock more stuff. Alright, getting close to having that phase done. I also did not remember to look at all at what it would take me to set up the quartz production. Alright, so clearly it's going to be the chemical plant since they specifically mentioned make sure I feed water into it. So the chemical plant here, I would need more servos. That's fine. Let's go grab a stack of servos. Which are still struggling because all of this and not getting enough iron ingots in. Let's go here, chemical plant. So what do I actually need for this quartz recipe? Oh, it's not quartz. Hang on. What? Let's see here. So, we use a recycler to grind the quartz. Oh no, it's a synthesizer. Which requires fiberglass. Which requires quartz. So, okay. So I've got to get enough quartz to make enough stuff here. Cannot be crafted by hand, I figured as much. Alright, so you have to be done in assembler 2. Okay. This is going to be a whole thing to start up. That's 200 of those towards what I need for the rocket. So probably get that stage done. And there's 150 oxygen. So you dump all that off, and it looks like you just need 100 more lightweight frames to finish this segment of the rocket, which I'm assuming will advance the chapter. It'll probably put us into winter. And another ore mine ran out. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So, yeah, so you ran out of coal. Alright. So, what I'm going to need to do is first, we're going to just do... When I say lazy, I mean more just... I need the iron plates. That's what I need. I need the iron plates. That's what I need happening, is I need the iron plates to actually get sorted. Because we're producing all this steel, and how full are you? You're probably not as full as I want you to be. Actually, you're pretty good. Oh, good. Good. This is backing up. This is a good problem to have. If this is backing up, that means that many more iron plates are no longer being diverted to this. Which means more of them are going over here. And we did increase the capacity of what we're getting. The gears are all caught up. So it's literally just these bearings. And apparently the conveyor belts? Yeah, I actually don't want to drop a stack of conveyor belts. Okay, so what I can do while we're waiting for all of that stuff to process for a minute. Let's go into the mines. I need more quartz. Because I'm going to need enough quartz to, 1, bootstrap the chemical reaction. 2, I need enough quartz to make the fiberglass. Let's get in here. Not worry about any of these ones over here. Okay. So probably grab that one more piece of quartz over there. I don't need a ton of quartz, I just need enough to make the three fiberglass. And then once I have that, I just need to crush just a little bit of quartz to feed in the machine. And then once it starts its loop where it's feeding itself back into itself to endlessly produce quartz, we can get the amount picked up. Which does make me curious if I can make an unlimited material that has no outside cost. So I'm generating material from the ether kind of thing. If I would be able to use that to just spam donate stuff anytime it's overburdened. Okay. So, I need to swipe some plates. And here's hoping we're at least getting a little bit in the reserves here. We're not. How are you doing on being full? You're nowhere close. And you need motors. And the motors are waiting on the bearings, I believe. Yeah, the motors are waiting on the bearings because they use an absolutely astronomical number of them. Because our bearings are also going over here to make the winches. And I keep grabbing all of the winches. Put those back. Put these back. Grabbing just the 5. Stop producing winches. Let this whole thing back up. Because then we can improve the recycler efficiency and all that. And not deal with all that. Okay. So, I need to start snagging some plates. Let's not snag them from here. Let's keep letting that do its thing. We can go over here to where steel production's at. Just go swipe them off the steel production line. All right. Also, what was I using the steel plates for over there? Or iron plates? Let's check that. Maybe I need to add a limit on this. We got the iron plates going over here. I think it's the oxygen tanks. Okay, but yeah, so we already got the oxygen tanks, so that should back up, and that'll reduce our burden on that a lot. Do you have 2 stacks ready? Yep. So I'm going to ignore all those things I need to be improving, and I'm just going to go ahead and make the next stage of the rocket, so that way I can feel good about meaningful progress, and not have to worry about reordering my place and everything else that I should be doing. Alright, and when those finish loading up into the rocket, that stage will be done. So, I need to make the assembler 2. I have one. Because the assembler 2... to make the fiberglass. And I need to make some item buffers. So it's quartz and plastic bars. So easy enough. I could just go right like this. And then we can go over here. Alright, and I can drop off half of them for right now. I'm trying to save at least enough quartz for like 1 cycle. Okay, so let's go talk to Auntie and ignore all of life's problems. Auntie, I've got all the parts delivered for the next section. Oh my goodness, my dear, already? I thought you were still helping Elise research the blueprints. I was, but I managed to get that finished up a while back. All the components are now in place. Ready to get started? I can use another pot of coffee going. Unfortunately, I have to wait. I had promised Rebecca I was going to help her review her thesis that she's been working on. Oh, I see. How long will that take? It should only be a few days. She's been working very hard on it. A few days? I was hoping to get started right away. Morgan, this rocket has waited for years to get to this point. A few more days won't hurt. Have patience, Morgan. Some things can't be rushed. Why don't you talk to Pico and see if there's something around here you could tackle for yourself in the meantime? I don't want to talk to Pico. I want to build a rocket. Why you gotta be this way, Auntie? Hey, Pico, can you keep a secret? I need you to meet me at the silo tonight. We've got a rocket to assemble. What's up? It's fine, Pico. If Mom could connect the new sections by herself, then so can I. Besides, we've done this once before already. Okay, that should do it. Here it goes. Workplace accident happening now. Oh, come on. Again? I was so sure I corrected the measurements this time. Maybe we can get the welder to go for now anyways, to save time, and fix the alignment later? No. Ah, there we go. Now we fire up the welders. Perfect. Works like a charm. Thanks, Pico. Talk about a long day. Maybe Auntie's right. I should catch up in some sleep. I think that just about does it for tonight anyways. I think I'm gonna head back. Are you coming with me or staying here? Alright then. Catch you guys in the morning. So something's gonna go really wrong with that. Because you can't just be like, it's not aligned. Start welding it. You're not gonna be able to fix it. Not reasonably. What on earth was that? Morgan, you need to come quick. Auntie? What's going on? Something terrible has happened. The silo is on fire. Morgan, thank goodness you're here. We were worried you were in the silo. I don't understand. How could this happen? We have no idea. We saw the fire all the way from the railroad yard and ran here. What? Wait, what if... What is it? Maybe the liquid oxygen? If a connection was loose, it could have started a leak from the pressure. You do not pressurize your rockets before they're built. So if that's it, Morgan should be in jail for criminally endangering half the town. I didn't have the section C to write. I was gonna fix it in the morning. Morgan, you did what? I thought I told you to wait. I'm sorry. I didn't think this could happen. If the oxygen was leaking, even a small spark would cause a risk of fire. Oh no. The welders. I'm so sorry, Morgan. But that's all my work. There's nothing we could do, Morgan. It's too dangerous to go in there. No. This can't happen. And workplace accident. You died. Oh, is it gonna literally be like workplace accident 1? Oh, nope, it didn't. Are we gonna somehow miraculously spare the part or something? Morgan, thank goodness you're finally awake. My head hurts so much. You best stay sitting down, my dear. Wait, the silo? I'm Storge, Morgan. The fire was so large, we had to wait for it to die down before we could start putting it out. The silo itself survived, but we lost most of the rocket. I'm so sorry, Auntie. I really messed up. Morgan, most mistakes can be fixed. We can repair the rocket. We can even rebuild the silo. But we can't replace you. I already lost your mother. I don't know what I would do if I lost you too. How did you get out? After you ran to the silo, Toasty chased after you. You must have passed out from the smoke. There was so much of it. And then the roof. Part of the roof started to collapse. Toasty managed to shield you from the debris while we got you out. You saved your life, Morgan. And Toasty? He's okay, right? You should rest, my dear. When you're feeling better, I think it'd be best to go to the silo for yourself. This is what happens when you go and make... I just literally threw the ball back at myself. Okay, so Toasty is not at Toasty's designated spot. So right now the building's looking mostly charred. Decent number of holes in the ceiling. Oh my god, Toasty. No. I'm so sorry, Toasty. This is all my fault. I thought if I worked hard enough, I could prove everyone that I could do this. Prove that I'm just as smart as Mom was. But I don't know if I'm ever going to be good enough. I'm never going to be like Mom was. And now look what's happened. I'm so sorry, Toasty. Why are you being so dramatic? It's a robot. We could just fix it. Morgan, my dear. What do I do now? Here. There might be a way we could fix him. There is? Again, he is a robot. He is made out of parts. They're very replaceable. I think I know where you could find his original blueprints. I'll need your help moving a few things, though. Come with me. I mean, the rocket looks perfectly fine to me. They're like, we couldn't save most of the rocket. I mean, that is just straight up intact. I mean, the welder's definitely gone. That's actually fair. But also, again, you do not pressurize your rockets while they're actively being assembled. Do you know what's a terrifying thought? Imagine being the person welding your rocket that's full of liquid oxygen. Wait, I remember this door. I totally forgot it was here. This is the doors to Mom's old office, isn't it? After your mother passed, I couldn't bring myself to go in here anymore. I moved the equipment in front of it so I wouldn't have to constantly be reminded of her. You can find the blueprint for Toasty in here. Yeah, rockets are absolutely desperate to explode at all times. Welding one fueled is suicide. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, the rocket is safe until you put the fuel in it. The moment you put the fuel in it, you don't take a welder to a bomb. That's pretty much what you're doing at that stage, is you're taking a bomb and you're going, what if I put a heat source directly on it? A fully ignited and plenty hot enough to ignite anything inside heat source at that thing. Mom's old office. There's so many photos in here. I thought there were there would be more blueprints, plans or rockets, things like that. But just photos of everyone in town. Morgan, do you know why your mother started this rocket? She did it for everyone else. She wanted to give the people in town something to work towards together, something to aspire to. She wanted to help support everyone here and bring in more business. That's why she maintained the lighthouse. It's why she built the telescope. She didn't do it to prove herself. She didn't need to prove herself to anyone. She was confident in who she was and what she could do. Most importantly, Morgan, she did it for you. Using a typewriter at that age. For that thing. My dear Morgan. I miss her so much. Me too, Morgan. Me too. It looks like it's the blueprint for Toasty. There's lots of parts here. Also a new kind of assembler to build him? I think I know what I need to do now. I think I need to talk to Elise and see if she can come up with a couple of blueprints for me. I should also speak to Veronica. Hopefully she's still willing to help out. I'm sure she is. We're all in this together, my dear. Also, the police are on the way for criminal endangerment. You were criminally negligent and started a fire with highly volatile fuels. Again, we're not depicted as being particularly out in the middle of nowhere or anything. If this thing blew up, dear Lord, at least the north half of town would be gone. There really is some ethical and moral concerns to be made here about the positioning of industry relative to your residential and the materials within. Oh, there's a box in here. Run slightly faster. Slightly faster? I wish more games defined this as slightly. That's easily, like, twice the speed. Hey, Toasty. Your services are no longer needed. They gave me fast run. You like to know what they consider much faster? This game makes a good... Well, HOA is a different thing. HOA is residential being snotty to other residential mostly. But zoning laws? Yeah, so like there's a lot of zoning that if you get into the history, it's pretty scummy. But the separation of industry and residential, that's not. There's very important reasons you separate your industry from your residential. There are some industries that are relatively minor and all that. Yeah, there's usually never a good case for an HOA. Agreed. Again, if you actually look up the history of what started HOAs and all that, it's pretty bad. We don't need to dig into it in chat, because, you know, there's a lot to unpack in that, but it's pretty bad. Okay. So the plastic is building up. Alright. So you still need power. Okay, so we got these frames. Alright, so we did get to our next chapter. It's now winter. So I need to craft an assembler level 4. We'll track that. Track that. We already have that tracked. Okay, so let's go talk to Veronica. It's weird that's like, I hope Veronica will keep helping. It's like, or, I hope Veronica will keep helping. It's like, what'd she do? She's just our friend who hangs out. I don't think she's done anything around here. Hey, Veronica, I wanted to talk to you. What's going on, Morgan? It looks like you're out of breath. I really could use your help. But I thought you said this was all on you. I know. There's so much to do, though. The truth is, I need all the help I can get. Well, that's what friends are for. You know, Jamie and I could try our hand at producing some components you need. Really? You'd do that? Of course. I might need some help getting everything set up, though. Let's see what we can put together. Are you sure it's okay with this stuff right in the middle of your living room? It's fine. It's not like I have anywhere else I could put it. Besides, Jamie's been hard at work at the bakery for so long, I'm just excited to help out in any way I can. Even if it means giving up my living room for a little while. Michael helped me get a collection for steel plates that we can use here. I can keep this supplied so that there's always more available. Do you think you can get these turned into gears and delivered to the stockpile over there? That shouldn't be a problem. I'll see, that shouldn't be a problem. I'll see that we hit max throughput on them as well. I like your thinking. Let me know once you've got everything set up. So wait. Am I understanding that I'm literally going to be running... But why? Don't get me wrong, this is useful. But why? There's all this usable space out here. Why are we building that in her living room? I'm sorry, I'm struggling with this here. Why are we doing that in her living room? I don't understand. And what madness are we doing this for? Having a foundry in her living room running at all times sounds like fun. Yeah, it's like, but there's all this space. Literally all it is we just take one material and we turn to the other. You could do that anywhere. You could have them deliver that, like, outside to the completely unrelated location where it's not an absolute safety hazard. And also not out of the way, because now I'm going to need to go and route that belt all the way back to my factory. I don't understand why that makes sense. We're still working on the current prints, but if you'd like to change, what you want to research, let us know. Oh, I'm gonna have to talk to you. Hey there, Morgan. How are you feeling? Still a bit rough, but getting there. I'm sorry to hear about Toasty. Will you be able to fix him? I might. I found my mom's original blueprint for him. Take a look. Wow. This is more complex than I realized. I'm missing one of the components in there, though. And there wasn't a blueprint for it in her office. Do you think we'd be able to recreate it ourselves? You know what? I think we can. Come see me at my desk. You know, the desk I'm standing at right now. That I'm currently standing at right now. Come see me at this desk. And we'll work on it right away. And Morgan, I'm glad to see you up on your feet again. Okay, so unlocking the next tier requires... I love you too. You sleep well. Are you tired? Yeah. Excellent. Once you got everything delivered, we'll get the blueprints. Okay. Alright. So, am I going to slowly convert everyone's homes into factories? Is that what's going to happen here? And then the workplace... I'm wondering... This is certainly where the workplace accidents come in. I'm just curious how they actually mechanically work in the game. So the good bad news of that is... that means I could just route these... Where did my ore run out? I'll deal with that in a minute. So the good bad news here is... This does mean... I could just... You gotta trust, need to finish the quest first? Oh yeah. I can only assume this is gonna be safety problems. Because there's no way this doesn't end in safety problems. Didn't hit the max though? Let's see here. Oh yeah. That's probably going to be splitting it. Yeah, so what we're probably going to need to do here is another assembler 1. Okay, so one thing we should do is we'll get a buffer in here. Even if we don't do the gears, just having the ability to pop in here to replenish those is its own thing that'd be a benefit. Okay, so that's making... So that's 45 and 45. So what we'll do from here is we will go down here, another assembler. I'm guessing there's a very hard limit on the power in there. Oh, wait, here, hang on. We can get this resolved. It's fine, let's use the level 1. Okay. All set. I've got your house now producing gears. Fantastic. I'll make sure to keep the materials supplied so that everything keeps running. The gears will be available outside beside the house. You can use them for anything you need. Thanks, Veronica. I really appreciate it. No, thank you, Morgan. I'm just happy to help. Oh, hi everyone. What's going on here? We were at the bakery, and Jamie was going on about how Veronica's helping you produce components for your factory. And we were wondering if... Show us how to make stuff. Tia. What? That's why we're here, isn't it? Well, we know there's a lot of work to be done to rebuild the rocket. So, I think Tia's trying to say we want to help too. Really? You guys want to help? I can keep everyone supplied with materials if you can help us get the factory set up to make what you need. You too, Michael? Ever since the fire, he's been going on and on about how much he wants to help you, big softy. Can you please not? I'm trying to do a nice thing here. Wow, thanks everyone. I don't know what to say. Well, say you'll show us how. Alright, I will. Let's get to work then. Let's do this. Okay, who's making the bearings? I want to talk to you first. I also love that clearly it was a cinematic, because when we teleported out here, suddenly there's all this. Okay, so this is gonna be a whole thing. Or That's actually a good one. Get the small, get the small motors, because that's what's eating all my bearings to begin with. Okay, yeesh. And hey, teenage astronauts. Sorry, I've been just distracted. Yeah, no, I trust it's a whole thing. But, it is just one of those things you're looking at this going, wait, hang on, in real life, why would you do that? Why would I not take, like, the places outside the houses to do it in real life? And obviously it's because video game and video game mechanics and yada yada. But, there is a lot to unpack about this and basic safety and all that. Alright, well, okay. So it looks like what we're going to need to do is go to each one of these houses. If we go in real life, the whole game falls apart. Yeah, no, we already covered the accident where they, set the rocket on fire because she was welding it while it had oxygen in it. And it's like, excuse me? You were doing what in the huh? You were welding the rocket while it had oxygen in it? Of course it caught fire. That has nothing to do with it being aligned or not. Where... Oh, you're up here, aren't you? You don't build a rocket while it's already got stuff in it. Okay. So you're the one I'm the most worried about. Okay. As long as you don't progress the plot, you have 100% safety or anything. Things can only explode during cutscenes after all. Yep. Alright, so we got the output. So we need to set up motors in here. Can I see? So you're gonna give me gears, copper wire, bearings, 2 things of bearings, and all that. Okay. So, the first thing let's do here is we can put at least 1 unit of conveyor belts in each of these. So I have these basic materials available to me if I need them. The next thing we need is the... Oh! That assembler takes 25,000 watts. Ooh boy. That is a hungry assembler. Alright. So I'm going to need to go and grab some parts to do an assembler too. Alright, well we can grab the heat sinks here. Grab 2 stacks of those. Put down the spare. Grab 2 stacks of the wire. Put down the spare. I won't need the plastic yet, so don't worry about that. Yeah, it seems like this is the chapter they know you're going to be hurting on a lot of stuff, that we were just struggling so much with some of these bottlenecks. And so this is a way of circumventing a lot of those bottlenecks by just kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Let's just skip you right past that. We will grab 1 stack of you. Grab 1 stack of you and drop the spares. We have the steel we could possibly need. So it's mostly the plates now. Yeah, and the plates we can probably just pop into Veronica's house, since I did put that buffer chest in there. It's gonna be interesting having all these materials here, because so much of my factory down there is for making the things that we're going to be routing in from the houses. So it's gonna be just a thing where it's like, oh, I guess I could just reallocate all of these materials to something else. Alright, you're producing at efficiency. And the interesting thing here is it's not giving me a buffer there. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wire this up with my current existing factory real fast. That way I can pull all the materials off the gears, and hopefully that'll help out a bunch of stuff. So this is the gear line here. So let's just go right here on this line and say, you don't exist anymore. Get out of here. And for the moment, I know I'm going to regret doing it this way. Of course, it lined up like that. It's fine. Oh, those can go way far and I gave him credit for. Okay, so that should massively cut back on what we're using for the materials here. That means it's just the bearings we're producing. So we'll get that all sorted, and once that's done, I also need to check. So this is the one that's in the cave, right? Alright. In the morning we run to the cave, and we try and figure out what drill has gone offline and get it hooked up to something else. Because it seems like almost everyone in town are going to be wiring up more and more stuff. And luckily, there's still this, you know, the building burning down. No worries. No workplace accidents to be had. The building burning down does not qualify. Okay. Oh, I love to see this. This makes my heart happy. Felt mean to ruin people's streak? Yeah, no, I get you. Well, it's one of those things, I'm assuming the workplace accident is anytime your character gets downed. Let's just get out of here. It's fine. There's way too many of those slimes that I'm going to be sitting there trying to deal with it. If we start noticing that choking. Or if NPCs get caught in your factory. Well, that's interesting because I have this disaster going on and we haven't had a workplace accident. Like, and we have stuff out and about. It might be that just certain buildings can cause problems, I'm going to guess. It would make sense. Because they definitely run conveyors and machinery throughout. Yes, that's add efficiency, so it'll never buffer. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot to route these conveyor belts through town, too. And I can worry about the rest of these right now. When those run out, we'll keep that going. Alright. Yeah, once I get the bearings set up, our consumption of these iron plates is going to almost disappear. It'll just be the steel and all that on the other side of the factory. So it almost feels like what this is trying to do for me now is that they're taking most of all these earlier production products and they're taking them all off of my hands that I no longer have to deal with them. And instead, you know, now the others are taking control of that, which make up a lot more room for me to make a lot of the better, or not better, like, later game products. Okay. Let's get back over here, because this is the one I'm most hurting for. It's okay. So first thing let's do is let's make the assembler 2, because no matter what, I need an assembler 2 in here. And I do like that this kind of gives you a reason to, like, in this little space, try and like min-max and all that. So you are here to make the small motors. So you take 60 bearings in, and we need the stators. The stators are going to be another assembler too. This will be curious. Because you can accept 60 bearings per minute. But that isn't going to make those belts faster. Okay, I see what we got to do here. Helps if I put this in the right place. Okay, so our goal is to get it up to 60. Alright, so basically, it wants me to double this up. That's what it wants. And it'll have you go back to the small motors. And I have to get more iron plates, which will very hopefully get resolved soon. Also, one of the goals was to introduce a new mechanic every chapter. This was the indoor factories. Yeah, no, that's I've noticed that. Which makes sense. Yeah, and you're still... struggling. I cannot wait to get these motors set up. Because the moment we get these producing, one, it'll double our motor production. Like, even... actually, I mean, technically it'll be more than that. It'll be tripling it, but I'm gonna tear down this motor production out here. Okay, so with that, I should be able to go over here. Let's grab, just in case, so I don't have to run back again. Let's grab one more round of these. But yeah, no, I get it. I get this situation, because it's kind of sitting there going, okay, well, how am I supposed to make all this work? Now, it's funny, I have not been taking advantage of the train, because I haven't felt the pressure to do it. It's been delivering this whole time, and actually started to bring it back, because I recognized my coal over by the copper was running low, and I was going to most likely need to route that over. I'm still probably going to, but it's just not been a necessity yet. But this is going to alleviate a lot of pressure off a lot of the things. Okay. So what's going to need to happen here is we're going to get a second one of these. And you're also going to make small motors. And I'm going to need more conveyor belts. So challenge here is going to be routing these through, because we're going to need the stators. The stators should be enough, so it's making 30 and you need 15. No, you also need 30. Well, crap. So you accept 30 in on both of those, 30 out. And you both accept 30 in. How's that supposed to work? Unless you have a really long construction time. Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna need more plates, I'm gonna need more conveyor belts, I'm gonna need more everything. And it's those plates that are absolutely killing us. Which it's been a while. But the good news is because I'm not taking any of the end materials, as these things start like filling up the winches and all that, those boxes get full, the production will just kind of come to a halt. And then all those plates will no longer be getting gobbled up. It's like whenever the small motors tops off. Okay, I needed these, and what else was it? A stack of those. We have the motors. What else was it that I needed from that? There's another material I needed. Oh, it wasn't a material. I needed conveyor belts, and I just had them in a box. I wanted to come back here, so boom, boom. There we go. All right. Yeah, so there's gonna be some tinkering around. We're gonna be fighting with this a lot. Need to check occasionally. Oh, our copper's running out. I'll probably want to deal with that in not too long. Luckily, we got a backfill on that that's gonna take forever to get through. And the motors are gonna be one of the more complicated ones to set up. I imagine the steel beams are probably gonna be the easiest that I've got left. Okay. So what needs to happen here is I need to route one of you just right over here. Then the other one needs to go over there, but I'll probably need an underground to get around stuff. Morgan, I got caught in your factory earlier. I'm pretty sure I saw my whole life flash before your eyes. It was all research papers, but that's besides the point. Yep, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. So we've got all those going. Yes, that's running at max efficiency, and then these back up. Okay, so this is going to be just short of min-maxing the entire space. So we're going to have to be really efficient on our space use here. Can I move your furniture? Alright, so I won't be able to put it up there. That's not going to work. So we got one of these up here. So you're going to make your stators. I'm going to need to fit more machines in here somehow. Hey, Noor, I'm going to need you to kindly get the heck out. Because I'm taking every inch of your home. Like, literally every inch of your home is getting put to use. Alright, let's change our layout here. So what I'm going to do is try and get as close as I can onto this end. So you're going to be small motors. So the problem I'm going to run into is trying to weave these together. So you've got that. So I've got one set of stators going here. And I'm going to have to manage to branch these off. That's what I'm trying to figure out in my head how I want to deal with that. Because these are right next to each other. Chair can be moved? Oh, okay. That makes life way easier. Alright. Because of this, we can run you over here. Actually, snake that the whole way around there. I'll deal with that bearing in a second. Alright, so what's going to need to happen here is I need 2 of those in here to make this satisfied. Because even though the numbers work out, there is a delay while it's actually running the process. And that's the pain point. So I could put you right here, have you making stators, and wire that up. So now I need to manage to get the copper separated out over here, to where we have 2 branches off and the gears. And that's what I'm trying to figure out in my head how I want to go about it. Because I can use a little robot arm to shove them over there, but I'm worried that's not going to have the throughput I need. Because I could put an arm here. There's not really enough room for an underground there. I still need to get this one around. Because, yeah, this one can't go farther out than that. We could drive that over there. So at least that's running. Yeah, and then it's a matter of getting the copper wire over here and the gears over there. Which, that's straightforward. I can put undergrounds there. But it's a matter of how I get around the rest of this. That's where I'm running into the difficulty. What I can actually probably do is move this and grab an underground. That gives me the 2 tiles to squeeze across. But we're still at a loss on how to do this. Let me also check something that I made an assumption previously because it didn't work. Yeah, so that does not work. I cannot have the underground take directly from and put it through. I need that to be hooked up. Alright, Nuri, you get to ride in the machine again because you're in my way. And I cannot be bothered to make it right. Let's see here. So, like, this one's easy. Like, this one all I have to do is I can just go, like, right up here. I can take a splitter. And just like that, it's wired up. Alright, bear with me, I gotta run home. What I'm having problems figuring out is the gears. Nor may have regrets. Yes. Now that's going to mean we officially no longer have 0 days since the last workplace accident. Because I'm assuming that's what it was. Four workplace accidents. I'm not too fussed by it. I imagine there's a lot of achievements with a lot involved in getting them all set up. And I'll probably want to have to go through that. I actually haven't looked at the achievements. Like to see how involved it is. Let's see, what's the hardest to get achievement? The hardest to get achievement... It doesn't look like there's any achievements that are, No, I didn't see one for that. That's all I was checking. Oh, there is. There is one for going 100 days without a workplace accident. Well, I mean, that'd be easy enough. You get the factory set up, and then you just go back to sleep again and again and again until it's done. Okay, so how am I doing on materials? I need more plates. Yep, but no, there was one achievement for going 100 days without workplace accident. Or just start a new game. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. The fact that you can go to sleep, I haven't tried going back to sleep immediately. That would be the cheese way of doing it, is just wake up, go to sleep, and do it 100 times. Which of course is not the most entertaining thing to deal with, but it is what it is. We also don't have a clue how much more game there is. Now, I imagine, though, with wiring up everyone's house and how this is going to completely overtake the town, I am curious how much farther this whole thing can go. Okay. So, those two are running fine. The thing I'm trying to figure out is getting the gears over here. Because putting a crane would not be fast enough. I can't really finagle... Oh, wait, can I can maybe finagle this? If I move you to feed into here, I can get one more tile, but then you'd have to loop around, and it wouldn't really save me much space. What I gotta do is figure out how to get the gears onto this side. That's where I'm stuck. And I can't underground over here to someplace. Because if I have this turned this way, and so these feed into this side, I could potentially bump the gears to make that work. Wait. Can I get myself enough room over here? No, because the counter. Because I was thinking if I underground across there. Because with a bumper, I have to push it from one lane over. The only way to get a gear to bumper over this side is if I manage to go underground here. But there's not enough room for me to underground and do this setup. Unless I rotated this whole thing. But if I rotate this whole thing, I'm going to run into a whole mess of other problems. Now, I could switch the underground from this way over here, make room to weave that through, and then rotate that whole thing and set the gears around the back. I don't know that I'd be in a better position to deal with this, though. Because I am losing a lot of space to conveyor belts. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, is what I can do to finagle the conveyor belts. It's this entrance here that's the problem. I'm assuming I can't move any of your other furniture? No. Nothing of substance, at least. I can move this chair, but that chair isn't a problem. Alright, let's change the approach. What we're going to try to do here is I'm going to try to split these off as close to this door as I possibly can, just to get the separate routes. Actually, those are waiting on their own. I might not need two of these. I might be overcomplicating this, because this mentions putting an output of 30 per minute, but then if you look at this thing, those sit there for a good second before they move in. That conveyor belt stops moving. So I might be overcomplicating this. Let's get all this crap back out of the way. And instead what we can do is grab our arm here. Then grab an underground. And let's see how that does. Okay, that's appearing to not be close to enough. Alright. So this on this side, I think makes sense. Because I can't put that in there and be able to bring it back out. So this is kind of about as snug as this is going to get. I might... Can I turn them sideways and feed in from the side? No, because we turn you sideways, you're going to be blocked here. Unless I put you up here and I underground into the kitchen. But I wouldn't be able to do that because you'd have to snake it around. I think this is about as snug as we're gonna get here. But I need to manage to fit in another thing for producing the stators. Oh, apparently it's happy with that. I don't think that's true. All done. Now I have a supply of small motors being produced. You're done already? Incredible! I'll have the motors available beside the house. Feel free to use them for anything. Thanks again for agreeing to help, Noor. You're more than welcome. I hope the motors are useful to you. Yeah, so these aren't actually producing at maximum speed. I'm genuinely curious. Available throughput 30 per minute. Yeah, so it's only picking up one. So even though it gave me credit for the mission, we definitely don't actually have them optimized. And I'm assuming for this, you are supposed to definitely get that done. So yeah, the big problem we're running into is still just dealing with getting this copper wire and gears in a position where I can get those stators where I need them. And I can't go one tile over because I can't move that. I can rotate it to center them. But does that help my situation? Let's see. Let's back this off and see if I can rotate to center these and if it makes it any better. Okay. Because then if I go like this, and I make you have the stator, and bring you around, and bring that in. So that gives me some room to turn these around, and then I can potentially bring this, and turn it this way, and have you make the stators. And you can get fed into the machine and have an accident. But then I can't feed you. So you'd have to move over a little farther. Oh, you want to do another round of the machine? I'm literally working here. Noor, at this point, I think you realize what you're doing. I think you fully acknowledge and understand what you are currently doing to yourself right now. You're just really into this, but you're too embarrassed to talk about it. Okay. That's not where you need to go. Pick you back up. You here. You there. Alright. So that hooks those up. So, I don't have a lot of space to work with. But I could probably go... and get a bumper. So that hooks those two up. But how do I get the gears over there in a way that makes any sense at all? Because of the gears, I have to somehow weasel these through. I can't do an underground situation here. There's no room. That can't move. Because that can only go one forward and left or straight. And we go straight. Oh. We can move it. that's gonna make it even harder to do anything. That's not gonna improve my situation. There you go, have another ride. Okay. So we don't use the bumper. The alternative is I put the arm here. But that doesn't really solve my problem because either case, these two need to be occupied. But I could go over here and split. I'm just having difficulty figuring out how I get you over here. Now, the other possibility is that I shift all of this forward, one tile, put the bumper here, and then maybe underground you over that way. But then I don't really have a good way of getting this past here. Like, that's where I keep coming back to, is it's just way too claustrophobic to do. Actually, can I do that? If I underground you here, I can only underground the one tile, so I wouldn't be able to turn you around. Because if I could turn you around on that end, that would work, so we could do some belt weaving. Oh, no, we can make this work. We can make this work. So you're the small motor. You need to be woven in there. You get attached over here. I need to make another underground. Okay, and then I need another underground. So now the catch is I've got these here, and I got you here, and now I just need to grab the splitter. I already had one. And every other one. Okay. I think that's got it. I think after all this chaos, we should be good. Oh, you're not lined up. There we go. After all this chaos, I think we're good. Both the gears and that are backing up slightly, and we've got everything going there. Everything is running at capacity. It's just going to take a moment for it to realize it. Cool, you are maxed out. You are maxed out. Alright, holy crap, that took forever, but 60 output. Can I make another underground? Okay. And now let's start bringing these home. We'll finally be able to get our plates sorted. Alright, so this is for the motors, which is the only thing we're using the bearings for at all. So that's just going to wire into that part of the factory. Actually, we can make this work easier for me. Bring you up. And bring you around here. Alright, and once we get those undergrounds in there, that's the small motors fully wired up. This is an interesting one because this is an entirely different style of automation game. So when you're doing the earlier stuff, we never had to worry about like the efficiency. The game was just like, oh, make sure you max out your efficiency, but you could more or less ignore it. Workplace accidents 3. It's fine. Okay. I'm imagining that or the circuit boards will end up being the worst ones for me to deal with. Alright, so with that, let's pop over here. I need a couple of undergrounders. We're gonna have a lot of cleanup to do. Okay, so those are all hooked up. So with this, what we're going to ultimately end up doing is disconnect that, and we're just going to let it work its way through what's already in the supply. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what we've got also just piling up. So we need 250. All right, so it's basically, this is going to be all the stuff from there. On the heavy-duty motors, I needed just a bit more, so that's 100. Yeah, so I could turn these in to get that one done. I'm not going to bother trying to get the increasing exports done right this second. All right, so let's get that sorted. We grabbed some iron. How are we doing on things running out? I got multiple drills over there. Okay. So we are going to drop off this to boost the recycler efficiency just because that research is just waiting to be done anyways. We're going to run up to the copper ore that the drills are running out and get that fixed. Oh, I need to drop it off. You know, so that doesn't back up. I figured to have a way to make recyclers more efficient. Now the recycler material is 50% faster. No need to do anything on your part. It's already in effect. And honestly, the less those contraptions sitting out in the open, the better I'll sleep at night. Although, who am I kidding as if I sleep? Complete all research at the university. And we never need to talk to Rebecca ever again. Alright, now let's go fix those copper drills since we're really close to those. Because right now they're still keeping all that loaded. I did make them redundant, at least temporarily, for a reason. There we go. And the other ones are inside the cave. And I'm going to try to avoid getting myself into too much trouble. Oh, yeah. Seeing that small motor line completely backed up all the way just makes me happy. Okay, so the next thing to do is to get the steel fully filled up. All right. Ooh. So you got one coal line and 3 iron plate lines. Which, how am I going to fit you? Hey, I need to remove the shelf because I don't want to get angry trying to deal with this. Can you facilitate that for me? I'd really like to be able to remove that shelf. So I think the first thing we're doing is I think I'm bringing the coal line over this way. Because if I can get that over to this side, I can just branch it off everywhere I need along the way. Now, the next thing is going to be trying to get this set up. Oh, you are going to be awful to deal with. I can already see how frustrating you're going to be. Because I got to fit 3 machines in here. And I can't butt them that close. I have to be at least this far apart. Or they gotta be at diagonal of each other. No, that won't even work either. Ooh, how am I fitting you? Because I could do something like that. Oh, man. Okay. So there's very little furniture I can move here. The coal line is the one that has to run to everything. All the other ones we can run different ways. So I could put you here and have that one output, and put you up here. I'm hoping they aren't going to do one of these. Oh, that's not going to work either ways. I can put you like that. Okay. This thing here just sends me up the wall. Because I don't see a way to get around that without that being a pain. Alright, so I could potentially put these two here. They could feed in there, and I could set the other one wherever I could fit it down in this area. It shouldn't be too hard to like have the coal line just smash into there. Find a place to bump it to turn it over there. We could probably bump it right here and then flip it over there. And then this line can go... I'm sure some of this is going to have to underground. Oh, that's not going to work at all. Alright, okay, how am I doing this? It's weird having to, like, not min-max anything this whole time, and I'm suddenly at this stage where there's just really no way to not deal with it. Okay. It's just this counter and this thing. Trying to figure out how to maneuver around that. All the crap on the wall I don't care about. But it's such a weird space to deal with. But the big thing I gotta do is I gotta split the coal off into 3 separate lines, and then those can just be that way. Now they don't need to be very efficient lines for the coal. That part's fine. It'd be absolute rubbish from an efficiency. I can't put these here, because I won't be able to reach the other side of them. I could put that like that, and that's probably fine for one of my lines. I think we'll start trying to get that. So we can go and pop you there. That's your output. We'll plan for you to like snake your way around here. Oh, you're 2 tiles deep. We can still make that work. Grab you and make it underground here. Okay, so that'll feed that in. The next one is we need to get another line here. I could probably get a second one of these, but if I do it this way, we're stuck, because once I've done that, I can't get to that. So this one, the output can go right like here. And then we just need to get another line of this sorted. So I could probably... Oh, that's blocks there. We're going to do some real wild belt weaving here. Makes me think of like when you're min-maxing patterns in Factorio. Then we can go here. Get that one there. We can grab another underpass. I do not have stone. Hang on, I'll be back. I got stone for days, it's just not on me. Alright. And the thing is, I'm doing all these things that are effectively side objectives right now. But, like, none of them are actually doing the main objective. But I know we're gonna want those, and all of these, it's like... The thing you gotta catch is the input on these. There's no input that I do. It's effectively creating material out of nothing. So it's absolutely worth doing. Alright, so bear with me, chat. We're on an ad break, and I gotta use a restroom real fast, so I'm gonna do that real quick, and I'll be right back. So thank you for tuning in. I'll be back in a few. All right, and we are back. Okay, so what I need to do now is I was going to make another underground. Right, I had to make another underground, but I ran out of stone, and we got the stone. So I want to grab you, and I'm going to bring you. So I don't know exactly where this one's going yet, and the reason for that is I'm going to have to... Oh, I might be able to make this work. Okay. I can make this work. I can make this work. You need to go over farther. And you go that way. You plug in there. Okay, so that should be getting the plates over to this side, up into there. I put that too close, and you're not going to be able to receive the coal. Okay. I think this will work, and then your output goes... I'm out of conveyor belts, and you're also still not in a good position. Okay, so that won't work the way I was going to do it. I was thinking I could bring these and belt them underneath this thing, but I would need an extra tile here, and that can't scooch up any farther. Meanwhile, what I can do, though, is you might as well hug the outside if you're going to be over there. You need to go for more conveyor belts. Yeah, but the whole, like, min-maxing in this place is just a whole thing. We're spending entire in-game days just fussing with it. But the good news is we've already completely stopped using a bunch of these materials. Alright, what are some of the things we can grab? Just get those out of my life. Let's see here. I need to clear inventory. Right, let's grab the winches. Keep the rest of this factory moving. Okay. So I can grab the winches and drop those off. Because I'm just trying to figure my way around this. And I keep needing materials. But in the meantime, I might as well try and keep the factory itself running on all the other junk we need. So I'll drop off these winches, because once we get enough of the winches, we'll be good there. I should probably also take the steel cable now that the amount of iron we're drawing we've just utterly eviscerated. There's a good chance I could go and free up tons of material for the steel cable. I shouldn't, but I'm going to. Alright, get you going to try and keep getting the exports expanded. I was expecting the steel production to be, like, super easy, and then just going, oh wait, you want me to shove 3 in there? You trolling me. Alright, so let's go up to the steel cable. I'm going to bump up how much we're allowed to store of the steel cable, since all of this is basically backlogged at this point. So go to the steel cable box. Have fun. I will grab what they've got available to me for the moment. And that'll be good enough. Okay. So let's try and get back to figuring this out. So, we gotta get the coal up here. The big thing I'm trying to figure out is where does the last one of these furnaces go? Because I do feel like it's gonna go somewhere around here. So the issue is if I bring... Let's make some of these undergrounders. So if I bring the coal From here to there. A building is in the way. Oh, because I put this undergrounder across, like none of them can go around the other way. I can't underground this entire middle section. That's probably not going to work then, because I had a whole plan about undergrounding stuff the whole way over here. Can I move this plant? I can. Okay. Let's literally check all the furniture to see what it can move. These ones, well, this one actually might matter. I didn't pick those up, I just destroyed them from the universe, that's fine. That one could technically nah, it probably wouldn't be useful either way. That's fine. So this one I feel pretty comfortable that's a workable spot. So the issue is cutting across this whole room is going to make it really hard to get the coal anywhere. Because I could see having this belt go to the side here and then using bumpers to shift it up and go underground kind of thing. Like there's potential there. Man. So this keeps that one out of the way. That one's that way. Sorry. The alternative to how I could work this is yoink you. There's another plant I could get rid of. Yoink you for right now. And instead have you go way over here. Right now, put an undergrounder there. I was gonna say, could I split the belt and have it go? But if I do that, we're gonna pretty much trap ourselves in. Oh, come on. I want to just figure it out. I don't want to have to sit there and run back and go to sleep. Yeah, that one, the biggest problem I'm having with that one is where I position the furnaces. Like, snaking the belts shouldn't be too big a problem, but the whole narrow profile of that entire back area just makes it there's really not room for me to put the furnaces where they can have the out and the input satisfied. Hey, we had a single day without an accident. Alright, let's go over here. We're gonna check on the winches and steel cable. We're gonna drop those off. Actually, just grab stuff as... Alright, so steel cable is all eaten up. I'll grab the stacks of winches. Okay, for the steel beams, it's 250. That'll actually be 250 plus some for me to actually craft with. And the circuit boards. It's just all sitting here, and I might as well keep using. Honestly, I got tons of stone. It's easy to come by. Alright, so let's drop this stuff off. Because I figure we're going to dump this. How are we doing on our ore? So it's still just the mine. That's fine. The game's gone full puzzle game on me. Which is another thing you usually don't have to worry about in Factorio. When you're optimizing, usually your optimization isn't, hey, you've got this really funky shaped area, deal with it. Oh, I could have grabbed the motors. I'm not going to worry about that, though. We'll just chuck what we can in here. Alright. And I'll probably have to grab more of those things. And we can drop off some of the winches. I'm just trying to make sure other objectives are proceeding. versus right now my brain cannot handle. That's also a thing wherever I'm storing these small motors and gears. At this point, no reason to put any kind of cap on them because we're getting them for effectively free. Okay. So, let's see. Really quick before we start figuring that out, let me go ahead and uncap the small motors and grab at least a stack. So if I have to craft, I've got them on me. I mean, that's fine. All that could just sit there and not do anything for a while. Eventually it'll run out. Maybe. If not, eventually I'll tear it up and have too much materials in my inventory. Alright, well the good news is I only have 2 of these left. And I have pretty much all the materials I think I'm going to need for this. It's just figuring it out. Okay. So. I can... Like, it's easy enough to wrap this around and go like that, and have some output. Obviously, they're intending on me having 3 of these. Because I got 3 inputs, which means I gotta go on 3 separate machines. Why are you not... These aren't the right machines. Come on. I do that every time with steel, because every single other game I have ever played... When you go to make steel, you use forges. They have the exact same layout. What I'm curious about... Okay, so you make... So you consume 90 per minute. And 30 coal. Yeah, so it is a 3-to-1. I was just double checking that. I figured it was probably the case. Alright. So honestly, if I'm looking at this, this does not need to be way up here. So what I could do here is go way back there. Now might be the trick to making this work. Then go way back here. I could put it back here as one spot. I could also put it over here. Well, actually, there would be as close as I could get it. Okay, so I've got all that going. I need to get the coal off that line, though. Because we got to split that coal. It's going to be split in 3. Now, I got ways I could probably make this work. That's the big thing, is getting this higher. So that's 1 hooked up. It's not dumping the material out. So I could bring the plate across here again. That limits this. Yeah, because we could do something like that for you. But then getting this up here becomes a problem. And we did the underground here. Now I'd take care of that one. But then, to get this one through... Like, that would be all of the steel hooked up. But that doesn't help me because I don't have the coal in place. And I've not left myself much room to do anything with the coal. And I can't split them on the belt, because they kind of go as fast as they feed in. And I feel like someplace like down here is where I would rotate these around. Alright, well let's move this. Let's grab you. So I could try doing is pull that up, move you as far from one side to the other as you can. Bum. So I'm just trying to see where I could get the coal around here, because I got a little room here, but I need an extra tile. If I push it, it goes there. And I don't think realistically the cranes can work. I'm not even sure I can build the cranes in here. Because the throughput on the cranes is genuinely terrible. Would that be enough to keep up? So 2 cranes would probably be enough to keep up. But 1 crane is not enough. Actually, that's not the problem. The problem is the steel contaminating the line. So it's 1 coal per 30 minute. Yeah, so I won't keep up. So I'd end up needing 2 cranes just to get it enough. And I can make that flip over here, but then that leaves this one unresolved. The cranes could be part of it, because like I said, the 2 of those will keep up with that. And that's better than I anticipated. So we've got that. Can I make another crane happen over here? Why do I keep getting... steel on that line? Okay. So I can't move that forward because this would allow me to take this over and feed that one using the cranes. And it might be what this is going to be for how we figure it out is it might be a matter of you know, balancing between using a couple of cranes to feed things and other stuff. So let's change up our strategy. You know, figure out trying to get the coal up here on this one. But in the meantime, I believe... Oh, you aren't going to work where you're at. I believe what we can do... do A and B. We can do an underground here. A and B. Alright, so that should get 2 of them online. And now it's a matter of figuring out how to get the coal anywhere usable. I wonder if I I wonder if I use 3 cranes to feed it, and then use either a bumper or the other arm to then split where I'm putting the 3 cranes feeding it, to then split it over. I wonder if that's enough throughput. Because are you running near max? You're running near max. You would be if you weren't stopped up because of this. Is there a way I can get that steel over here? Probably. But is there a way I could do that and still get coal to this anyway? Because you're bringing that over through here. You got this. You wrap around here. This is the one that feels like I could do something with it. This one going up the right side. I feel like there's probably a better way of doing that. And there's not... Wait, is there a room over here? Are you 2 tiles or 1? I think you are 2 tiles. Which means it could potentially... do this. And snake you off this way. So now it's going to be up here. Yep, this will work. Get this plant out of here forever. There we go. Okay, so we've hooked up 2 of those. Alright. So, we're now down to this last one. That I've got to figure out how to get around. And these 2, I believe, are running... Wait, what's happening with you? You've got the material in here. Oh, you output on the right. I can't move it back. Yes, I can. Alright. It wouldn't be so bad if I couldn't walk around and have to tear everything up as I go to move around. So what I could do here is pick that up. Move you like this. Snake this conveyor belt back there. And then grab you and go like this. Pick you 2 up. Drop you there, set you to steel beams. Oh, I see. Alright, so hang on. Gotta go again. Jeez, this is taking forever to figure out. They make you min-max this one to get that set up. The steel won't be that bad, I say. It shouldn't be a big problem, I say. Certainly, we'll get it done in no time, I say. Alright. Game? Game? I have a bad feeling we're reloading the game. I'm going to give it a couple seconds. But it seems it's unhappy about something. Now, good news, I believe it's saved when we click to go to bed. Alright, so I'm going to kill the game. Because it seems to be stuck. Just waiting for it to figure itself out. Alright, we're going to reboot the game. Oh, it just made me realize Teenage Astronauts is the group behind it. Oh, my bad. Or one of the people involved in the creation of the game. It didn't even strike me. I was so focused on making the game work. It's always good to have like the devs hanging out and all that. It didn't even strike me at all. Okay, so I wasn't paying attention to the day we were on to see if we lost the progress for that. I feel like it does look like we lost the progress for it. That we did lose the, yeah, we did lose the last day's work. Okay. So let's try and recreate it really fast. So what we did here is we put you down here. We got you here. You're gonna go there. You go down there. Okay, and we didn't keep the path that went way under and across, because that just didn't make sense to do it that way, so we rip all of you up. We'll figure that out in a minute. And what we were doing is I brought you around and down, so I could take 2 cranes to feed up to this one. You can probably go as far as that far up and have these work. Oh, right, but if we do it that way... Why are you... Oh, I'm... There's still something wrong. Get out of my way. And we can put the steel back down. Make one more assembler too. Alright, so that would be the outputs. Okay. So you're good. You need coal wired up to you. Like I said, I'm leaning towards the idea of trying to use the cranes to bring them across here up to feed that one. I like that idea. It feels like that's workable. I can also use a bumper to get coal over to this line, but it's how I get it out of here at that stage. Now I could loop this... No, I can't loop that over there. I could turn you that way and have an inserter thing, or that... I'm still stuck at this spot. This is still a spot that's getting me caught up. That this is quarter to corner, that there's no way I can run a conveyor belt without going over or under to get around it. That's kind of the issue, is I've got these 2 spots over here. Now, another possibility is I do not go around this way at all. That the coal comes around here, we use this gap here. Oh, never mind, that's too long. Because I could have it all turn over this side and start plugging in machines. It's just figuring out where to put it. Like, that feels like a very workable space. I've got a good chunk of space here. It's just how I get the coal to that space. Hey, Randall Thor. Thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel. So thank you. Alright. So one thing we can do that's pretty straightforward. Let's get a bumper. And put you here. And thank you, Randall Thor, gifting subs to a bunch of people chatting in the community. That's all. The 3 gifted subs you've handed out, and I really do appreciate the support. So I'm thinking is maybe with the bumper, I could put an underground here somewhere and work with that. If that is the case, I could shift the U forward 1. But does that make my situation better? I don't think it does. Because what I was thinking is I'd be able to, I was thinking I'd be able to go over here and send one of the coal lines under here, because once I get the coal line under here, it's easy from there. I can just split it off. It's just getting those lines over there. But then I have no way to get the iron there, because I got the one iron going underground here, I got the other one there, and I got this path. That's just what we're dealing with, is getting the coal there and getting this iron line there. So if I have one iron line taking up that spot... Oh, here, I think I see. So, what we can do here is go back to this nonsense. So that hooks up that iron line. And I can plug that one in. And I'd leave the only line not currently wired up being the coal line to the others. And I might be able to get that to work by using the cranes. Actually, change it up a little bit. Okay. So I think I might be able to do here is I might be able to put... I need to configure you. Configure you. A, B. Configure you. A, B. Alright. And I don't have room to do much here. I'll see if this works. Alright, so all 3 of them are now running. The question is that enough coal for it to be mattering? Ultimately, I don't think we're moving enough coal. The cranes are just too slow. I would need to get that 3rd crane in there. I don't see how we do that. Because I can't fit it on this side. If we could shift you forward one, we could make it work, but I can't shift it forward one with that there. It's almost enough. Like, these ones are running at, like, between 50 and 60% capacity. As well as ones like one more crane could potentially do it. Because my choices of getting across this are undergrounds and cranes. But because of the iron, I really can't get away with this. And the iron could definitely not work with that. I also don't think realistically we're going to box it and unbox it in this area. There's just not enough room. I was thinking for a moment if I could actually get this over here, but I keep forgetting that's actually 3 wide there. And I can't move you up because you're stuck here. So I can move this one shorter, but then I can't really get the oh, you know what I could do? Well, that's still 2 cranes because I could put 2 cranes here if I moved that forward one, but that requires reshuffling all that. We're so close. And this can't go to the left any, because that counter's in the way. So if it were to move to the left, I'd have to move it down to the left. Only 2 assemblers are running? Yeah, because this one's backed up now. Why are you backed up? Wait, why are you backed up? Why is it marking it way over there? Oh, it's glitched. Okay, well, let's get over here. It stinks that with this, I have to tear stuff up just to get around this place. Oh, I think I got a soft locked save. I think I'm glitched. Because I can't pick up that underground. It's not registering as being where it's supposed to be. Yeah, I think we're soft locked. And we've already saved since I... Did we save since I got... no, we placed it there yesterday. Huh. So that, what's happening here is that's registering this end as being like way over here. And so it's not letting me hit. I got to highlight for a second there. You know what? Maybe I can shift it. Well, no, the problem is now I've got this underground and I can't pick it up. And now I have 2 that I can't pick up. Yeah, so something has happened here that... That's not right. Configure. Yeah, so it's not registering that as where it's supposed to be. Maybe crash the game and do it again? Well, my curiosity is if that's why it didn't save. Let's try exiting. Return to title. And we'll see if that's stuck there. Because to me, that's one of the only ways I could potentially make that room work. Like, it felt like that fit really well to, like, sneak behind that counter that's too narrow to do anything else. And, you know, bring it around the other side where I had space that I wasn't going to be able to do. It was gone when you went out and in? Oh, I didn't even notice. Okay. So it's registering as being in the right spot. I don't have a reason to have anything more there. And all these have to go because these are the wrong buildings. Okay. I could fit a machine up here. Instead of running it down there, I could literally fit a machine up there. No, I wouldn't be able to feed it. Well, actually, yes, I would. No, I wouldn't be able to feed it because the underground has to have a space between. So I couldn't really do that. So the place I was doing that is I was putting one here. And that seemed to work okay. Putting one here. And that seemed to be okay. And then there's the one back here that's a little bit more tenuous. But I did like the idea that it felt clever to go back here and over. I wonder... I've been going up here. I wonder if the answer is to not use this belt here, but to pass it all the way up there. So go like this. Not bother with this area. Well, I mean, sorry, this is the output. That's fine. But then put you farther up here. I wouldn't be able to get around that corner. Couldn't fit those two assemblers right next to each other. The problem when you fit them next to each other is feeding the stuff in there. That's what we're trying to figure out. Because, yeah, I can go up here and do this. But then it's getting the materials in here is a bit trickier. But that might be the trick here, is where normally you want to avoid that. In this particular case, be like, no, it's fine. Okay, so this would be the plates there. And I got the coal here. So we take the coal like that. That'd give me room for 4 winches. But then I still have to get both these lines here. I think you're right. I think that actually is a case where I want to get all of these over here. So I can go over here real fast. That's your output. Let's plug that in. So we've got that. And then what we can do with you is you go underground till there and free up space. Alright. You're not familiar with this game, but maybe you're supposed to build the all-assembly outside. So the rest of the time we were outside, that's kind of the thing with this chapter, is we had an issue, and everyone in town wants to help us out. And so we're being asked to very specifically set all this stuff in their homes, which makes no sense to me. But still. I think this will work. I think you're on the right course with this. So then we grab all of this. Oh, but I need to get both of those in there. Alright, so what we're going to do is 2 of those. So you go here. But how do I get you there? Because I can get that to feed into that one. But this one I can't come around the other way because this conveyor belt's in the way. And I can't go over farther than I already have. That's the limit on there. I could go right one more, but there's nowhere to drop the coal. That's not true. We can go to here, pull you up, grab you. Oh, yeah, because you go across there. Well, with what I'm doing here, I don't need that underground. We can go straight like this. I can just literally bring you right on over. So we can bring you right on over. Your underground can go over here like this. I can't fit the crane farther up. And it still leaves me with the same problem here. Now, if I move that one over there, I can't get the ingots there, or the plates there, because that gets the plates to both of these machines. The problem I'm running into is how do I do the coal? So if I put the one chute here, it could feed into that machine, and I can bring that way. But I don't see how I bring the material over there. That's where I'm getting stuck, is how I get these materials where I need them. Because you're hooked up, you're good. These definitely will have the throughput to run those machines. It's wiring it up on this side. We have the plates coming in here. If I shift it to the right one, then I'd be able to hook this one up, because I wouldn't need the underground there. But then I won't be able to get to this side. No, wait, maybe I will. Maybe I can make that work. Yeah, so if instead I move you... So, I can move that up there, and bring the plates in here. Actually, taking it a step farther. Well, no, because then that's stuck back there. Ugh. Okay. So I can turn that one up to feed that machine 2 of those. But how do I feed this line? Because I can't take that a step farther this way. Because you'll need to be there. So, like, I can do something like this with the underground here. But I don't have a way to get it to the other belt. But if I could free up this tile, then I'd have some ability to do it. But I can't free up that tile because that's the output on this side. I can't move you up. And moving you back means a big mess. I can't move these to the left. I can move those one to the right, but then these are in the way. Because I can... Oh, no, that wouldn't work. I was going to say I can make that crane one longer. That might be what it has to do. It might have to do with I have to adjust the length of the cranes. Let's take a look at this. So if I take this crane and I move it all the way up and go A, I think I'm on the right path now. B, worry about this in a minute. And I would need enough for this to be able to drop down here. So you plug you in, and have you loop around that way, and then grab the next one, and have you sitting there, A, B, then pick you up. I run into, like, the same problem, different place. Then we go... Then you would hook up here. Why has all my material stopped coming inside? A... Oh, wait. I won't be able to turn it around. Actually, can I make it turn around? Oh, I won't be able to do that both there and there. It's one or the other. Let's try switching it. No, but seriously, the material stopped showing up. 1 second. Let's step outside. Step back in. None of those are outputting anymore. I'm just gonna keep on working as if it's fine, and I will worry about that later. That'll be later me's problem. Okay. So now that crosses through. Need to pull that up, move you down. Grab you. Now the problem is I have to put the winch somewhere, and I need room to be able to do it. And the farthest I can go back is here. Or not the winch, the crane. Because I move it up here, then I don't have the gap I need to feed the machine. It's like this is as far up as it can go. So if I wanted to bring it up this way, I have no way of finagling that. There's not really a layout where I'm not dealing with the problem there. Because I need to get that there. And what I'm hoping is to do something like this. Plug the conveyor belts in that spot. And then get the coal onto here. I'm just not seeing an angle I could do that. And also, why on earth am I doing this? This is stupid. Don't do this. This is a terrible idea. Why do that when I can literally just go like this? So technically I could get 3 of those feeding into this one. If I scooch this one back and over, oh, okay, I see the problem. Still might be workable. Which side do you output? Okay, so that would not work. Actually, would that work? That could work, because I wouldn't need that to be there anymore. I wouldn't be able to turn the stuff around. Okay, so we got this going around here like that. And this is feeding the plate in that side. And this can't be shifted back, so it's got to be where it is. Right now, I need to get out of here. So let's do this. Holy crap, this is annoying. Like, don't get me wrong, when I say it's annoying, it's not a bad thing. But it is very difficult that we're, like, spending in-game days just fussing around trying to optimize it. I wonder for the people, like, because if you look at the whole first part of the game, well, it's always been the factory automation and figuring out the logistics and doing all that. That definitely completely switched over to just super duper duper puzzling it out. And this is looking like it's gonna be another one that takes a while. So unfortunately, we might have a problem here. It seems like once I start getting those rooms set up at all, the game doesn't know what to do with it. Something is happening where at the end of that day it's not saving and loading. So we might genuinely be soft locked. Because it's the second time we've tried to save that same day and we got stuck on the loading screen. And last time we did give it a good solid like 2-3 minutes or whatever. But I don't think it's loading. I think something that has happened and it's errored on the back end. So I'm gonna try doing is I'm gonna kill the game again. And rather than doing all the work and all that a third time, I'm gonna try and save immediately again and see if we see, like, we're gonna just immediately advance days and see if we get any progress. Or see if, like, something about that building is, here's what we'll do. I'm gonna run over, I'm gonna walk in the building, change nothing. Seems the game, too many inputs, the game has no idea what to do. I wouldn't say that. It's something about that house. So like I said, I'm gonna run in there, I'm not gonna work on anything. I'm just gonna run in there, and we're gonna run right back out. And I'm just gonna see if the game actually saves. Okay, so we're here, it's fine. But, if we do have it where it doesn't, I mean, regardless, I don't want to set up that room again. Like, for as much as tinkering and figuring it out to get it, like, at a pretty good spot, and then the game doesn't save. Okay, so that did function. I do think, though, with where that's at, where I keep setting up that place and then the game keeps soft-locking me where it won't save and let me continue, I don't want to spend like another 30 minutes resetting up that room to then not be able to save. So that's a pretty bad bug. Like whatever's causing that's a pretty substantial one. Just because, like I said, I'm spending like an hour to set up that room. Not really, that's an exaggeration. Spending like 20-30 minutes to set up that room, only to then have it not save, so I can't continue where I was on figuring out the puzzle. So it could be something like they just didn't intend you on using cranes in there, so it just doesn't know how to save it. It could be that I'm putting that belt on the top and something about it, because we had that belt glitch out on me twice. And I could sit here and troubleshoot and try and figure out exactly which one's causing it. We're gonna do one more thing. We're gonna do one more test. I'm just gonna put one conveyor belt along that top side, and I'm gonna put thing. Well, the dev was in chat. Well, the dev was in chat actually. It's unfortunately we've run into this, and the dev is probably you know, they probably went to bed or whatever. That's totally fine. Like, I didn't realize we had the dev in chat until later, and you know, when we had to reboot. So I'm just gonna put you here. I know. And I'm gonna build 4 of these. And I'm gonna chuck them there. I'm not gonna bother hooking up everything. And that's not meant to do anything. I'm just doing that to see if it's something like either that conveyor belt in the back that's not been working, or the cranes inside is causing it to not save. Because I could see it being something that, like, with the positioning of things and everything, that maybe there's something about those houses that one of those is causing problems. No, it seems to be happy. Regardless, like I said, I've kind of, spending the time I did spend on that to, get that set up. I do think I want to go ahead and, probably going to end up... Well, I don't want to stop. Alright, let's work on a different house. No, let's try it again. It's just a very frustrating thing when you're playing a game and all that, and, like, you're working on a problem, and then, like, the save function bugs. Because you could be like, I finally figured it out. And then you just lose and have to figure it out all over again. Alright, let's just clean all of this up. Yeah, progress gets deleted. It's really sad. Yeah. Let's clean all this up, because first off, these weren't even the right buildings. We need assembler 2s. But it is very weird to me how much, like, this game has let you kind of just be very inefficient and all that, and they've hinted to be like, hey, work on this, work on that kind of thing. But there's never been a pressure for it, and then this one's like, no, you really need to, like, not min-max this, but you really need to get this set up right. So, what we could potentially do... So I do feel like going this way and then putting the cranes to use makes sense. Because cranes are a thing in the game, and it makes sense to me... Oh, that's not in the right place. That's not where I put that, I don't think. Oh, no, that's still broken. Yeah, no, we're broken. I went to pick up the thing. Half of it disappeared. It's even telling me there's an underpass here. But I can't do anything. It's just missing now. Okay, so something is not right with this place. Why are you building inside there? It literally tells me I need to build inside Michael's house and the florist's place. Try to walk outside and back in. Oh, no, it's still showing it. You can still see where it's highlighted. So it's invisible, but it's still there. Yeah, okay, so there's a bug in the game that's making it so I'm kind of soft-locked on this, because now when I go to build there, it's behaving weird, because there's a building in the way, and I can't remove the building. Alright, so we got a bug that's basically got us stuck. Unfortunately. But yeah, no, very genuinely we're required to build. Now, for those who missed, basically we had an accident at the silo, and everyone in the community is going to chip in. So we check out some of the other houses. Like, this is our friend Veronica, and she wants us to set up, like, literally they've attached a input that gives us unlimited plates, and then the idea is I make gears, and so that gets the gears out. When I say unlimited, it just... I don't have to make those plates, they just magic into the world. And so it's kind of like on this chapter, where all the other chapters you kind of just built up your automation. This one very much is very heavily around optimization and min-maxing kind of thing. So honestly, if I'm being true, this chapter, while it's interesting, isn't as appealing to me as the others. But yeah, so it's all about like using this space and maximizing the throughput. Did you get to wait for a fix? Yeah, no, unfortunately, it does look like we are soft-locked, unfortunately. I could probably finish the game. I don't think... Is that considered a major or secondary objective? It's a story objective. So yeah, my suspicion is until we're able to get that fixed, I literally will not be able to finish the game. And it very well could be that I'm trying to put this underpass thing up here, and that's just not the solution. it feels like it should be, because this whole area is unusable otherwise. Like, it could... If it wasn't for the alignment here, that'd be nitpicky, but the quest says, at the florist, not inside the florist. Hey, Kane, you see that? You see where it says coal supply? You see that? You see where it says iron plate? Those are coming in here. You see that? These are things I didn't put down. These exist here. And you go outside and they don't exist. And then there's an output on the outside of the house. It does feel weird, though. I immediately was like, feels weird. The entire reason they've done this is to give you a puzzle element to the game where now you have a very confined space that you're supposed to min-max this. So it is a weird switch to be very puzzle here. I don't think it's a bad thing. Yeah. Don't you need all 3 steel plates, right? Yes. I need all 3 steel plates. If you look at the ratio of these on the input, it's 90 iron plate input, 30 coal input. So if we look at this one, that's 90. I have to split the coal into 3, and these are all 90. So to run them all at their maximum, which is what this wants, I have to have all of these getting their own independent plate line, and then the coal line I have to split it 3 ways. But regardless, the point is, we're soft locked. So it doesn't matter. We're soft locked. It is a very weird choice they've done there, though. And like I said, I get why they did it. It is to give it a puzzle element where it's like now you have to actually like figure out how to work it. It is a definite like almost paradigm shift for like the rest of the game. So the question is what I'm doing now. Because it's not like I'm soft locked, so I can't continue the game, and starting the new game doesn't do anything for it. So that's unfortunate. But, so first of all, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you for right now, because we're switching games, if anything. But what I am deciding is normally I stream for just about an hour longer, which doesn't give me a lot of time. Reloading doesn't work for the